Hey guys, tonight we slip quietly into a world that feels both impossibly far away and strangely familiar. You're lying on a straw-stuffed mattress, which smells faintly of damp moss and whatever animal last shed on it. The room is cold, colder than you'd like, and it's still dark. The kind of dark that makes you question if the sun even plans to rise today. But it will, and when it does, your day begins. Not with a stretch and a scroll through your phone, but with raw hands, sore feet, and an aching back that doesn't know how to rest anymore. This is your life as a medieval woman. You are not a princess. There is no castle, no embroidery circle, no romantic jousts outside your window. You're the woman who stokes the fire before anyone else is up. The one who bakes the bread that everyone eats and no one thanks you for. You are invisible in the records, but essential to the rhythm of the day. You live under a roof made of thatch, in shoes made of scrap, and in a society where your voice is quieter than the creak of a barn door. You probably won't survive this century. And honestly, you probably won't survive childbirth. But hey, at least there's soup. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there. I love seeing where you're all tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your day starts before the rooster. No alarm clock. Just the sound of someone or something moving in the dark. Maybe it's the pig snorting under the floorboards. Maybe it's your toddler, already awake and hungry, reaching for you with tiny, freezing fingers. You sit up, brush bits of straw from your shift, and pull on a heavy woolen overdress. It smells a bit musty. Everything does. But it's warm. And that's the only thing that matters right now. Your husband might still be asleep, or maybe he's already out inspecting the muddy path that passes for a road. Either way, it doesn't matter. You've got a fire to coax from last night's embers. You kneel down, blowing carefully, your breath catching in the cold. Sparks flicker. There's no guarantee it'll light, but it usually does. You've done this 1,000 times. Your fingers are red and cracked from the cold, and the kindling scrapes your knuckles, but you don't flinch. This is just how mornings begin. Breakfast is humble. Some stale rye bread softened in warm ale. Maybe a bit of onion if you're lucky, or a lump of soft cheese if someone was generous yesterday. You hand out pieces to your children first, if they're not already eating snow in the yard, and take whatever's left. Hunger is a daily visitor. You just nod when it shows up. Historians still argue whether most peasant women were chronically malnourished or just constantly underfed. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. Enough to survive, rarely enough to thrive. You grind grain on a stone quern, your arms aching from the effort. It's meditative, in a way. Round and round, crunch, scrape, breathe, repeat. The flour dust coats your face, mixes with the sweat you pretend not to feel in the cold. You mix dough for later, and the yeast. What little of it exists naturally takes its sweet time. Your neighbors might stop by, usually unannounced, and usually with another chore in mind. Someone needs help mending a roof. Someone else's goat got loose again. One of them casually mentions the midwife is out of honeycombs. And could you spare a few beeswax scraps? Of course you can. You always can. Outdoors, the world is muddy, gray, and slightly steaming from the frost. Your skirts trail through muck that seeps through your wooden clogs. Your hands chafe as you haul water from the village well. You carry it home in a bucket that leaks, but not badly enough to matter. As you pass the spinning house, you pause for a moment to admire the new wool someone dyed with woad. It's not pretty, exactly. Just blue. A nice change from all the brown. Inside again, you start on your next task, scrubbing wooden bowls with handfuls of dried rushes and ash. Soap is a rare luxury. Mostly it's just friction and hope. You hum softly while you work. A tune your grandmother taught you that makes no sense but helps the time pass. By midday, the children are loud and fussy. You hush them with a story. Something about a talking fox and a greedy miller. You make the fox sound posh, the miller sound thick. They laugh, and you smile, even though your stomach growls and your back is killing you. Lunch? Maybe a pottage, a thick stew of barley, cabbage, and whatever's not rotten yet. You stir it constantly so it doesn't stick to the pot. Occasionally, you sneak a nibble of the better bits and feel only half guilty. And remember, no one's written your name down today. No one will. You're not in any scroll, record, or song. But without you, the entire household, and by extension, the village, grinds to a halt. You are the axis they refuse to acknowledge. A fringe historical tidbit you might enjoy. In some English villages, women were expected to walk the bounds of their parish annually, helping to maintain local boundaries by literally beating landmarks with sticks. They weren't invited to vote, but they were absolutely counted on to hit rocks with confidence. As dusk approaches, you rake ashes over the fire to keep it warm for tomorrow. The sun sets early and fast, and the cottage fills with shadows and the smell of stew. Your work isn't over. You still need to mend a tunic, spin some wool, and maybe, if your hands cooperate, braid your daughter's hair. There's no bedtime routine, just the sound of the wind slipping under the thatch, the slow breathing of children nearby, and the quiet creak of the floorboards as your husband finally comes in. He eats what you've left, says nothing, then grunts goodnight. You lie down beside him, wrap yourself in your one blanket, and try to fall asleep before your mind remembers all the things you didn't finish. And the worst part? Tomorrow's exactly the same. You're 12, maybe 13 if you're lucky. Old enough to bleed, therefore old enough to belong to someone else. It doesn't matter that you still sleep with a rag doll, or that you cried last week when your kitten died. A match has been made. Some distant cousin or aging farmer, perhaps a widower with a few existing children and a need for help around the house. Love? Let's not get dramatic. There's a dowry, of course, not cash, more like a crude ledger of what you're worth in livestock and household goods. A goat, maybe a chicken, possibly a patch of land that's mostly rocks. You watch your mother haggle your value like she's buying grain. She means well, but it's still strange seeing yourself priced like a sack of barley. Historians still argue whether medieval girls married this young everywhere, or whether the age varied wildly based on region, class, and local custom. Either way, the consensus remains. Girls became women the moment it was convenient for someone else. The wedding itself is a blur. You wear your best tunic, which isn't white because no one wears white. It's probably russet or gray, the color of something boiled. You walk to the church with the man who is now your husband. He's got that look, sunburned cheeks, worn boots, and the musty smell of someone who hasn't bathed since the last frost. At least he has teeth. Most of them. There's bread, a blessing, and maybe a tiny ribbon in your hair if your mother got fancy. A priest mumbles words that make no sense to you, but the meaning is clear. You're someone's property now, legally, religiously, entirely. You might go back to your new husband's home that same day. It's a tiny, timber-frame place that leans slightly to one side, like it gave up standing straight years ago. You sleep in the corner, on a pile of straw with a thin wool blanket, next to a man who doesn't talk much and occasionally smells like turnips. You stare at the rafters that night and try not to cry. You don't want him to see. He probably won't hurt you. He's not cruel, just tired. You're another pair of hands to help him survive. That's romance, medieval style. Your days now revolve around his needs. You tend his garden, feed his animals, wash his clothes, and, when it's expected, share his bed. There's no choice. You're a wife now. That's the job. You might get pregnant right away, or it might take a while. Either way, you don't get much say. In some places, the custom is that a woman brings her own spinning wheel into the marriage. Not a symbol of femininity, but a contract of labor. It's like arriving at your job with your own laptop. Except the job is endless, and the laptop is made of wood and sorrow. You try to make friends in your new village, but it's hard. You're the outsider now, the young wife, the one who doesn't know how to skim cream properly, or who once let the stew burn while daydreaming. The older women watch you with tight smiles. You'll earn their trust, one chore at a time, a quirky little tidbit. In some regions of medieval Europe, there were rituals to ease the nerves of new brides. One English tradition involved leading the bride around the churchyard 3 times to chase away evil spirits. Whether it helped with marital nerves or just got her dizzy is up for debate. You learn to keep quiet during meals. Your husband does most of the talking, if there's any. You nod a lot. You laugh politely when he makes a joke you don't quite get. You chew slowly and make the food last. Not because you're trying to savor it, but because you don't know when the next good meal will come. You think about home sometimes. Your mother's coarse laugh. The way your brother used to fall asleep on the hearth like a stray cat. You miss the sound of someone else chopping turnips. You miss not feeling watched all the time. Some days, it rains so hard the roof leaks in 3 places, and you run around with buckets like it's some tragic game. Your hands are already rough from work, but now they're bleeding from scrubbing floors. You wrap them in linen and don't mention it. No one asks anyway. The only rest you get is at church. Not because it's peaceful, because it's the only time you're allowed to sit still without guilt. You kneel, pray, and listen to the droning Latin of a sermon you can't fully understand. But the rhythm is nice, predictable, safe. People say you should feel lucky. Some girls get married off to men much older, or richer, or crueler. Your husband, at least, doesn't hit. He's just quiet. Sometimes that feels worse. like living in a room where no one speaks your language. And yet, you keep going. You learn to bake his favorite bread. You stop crying when the cat steals your breakfast. You even make friends with the woman down the path who brews beer that tastes like sadness, but warms your belly. Historians still debate whether medieval marriage gave women any emotional agency at all. There are stories of affection, certainly, even love. But most records were written by men, for men, and about men. So your story is a faint whisper in a chorus of male voices. At night, you lie awake, listening to the owls and the wind. You think of your old doll, long since burned or buried or stolen. You wonder if your daughter, if you ever have one, will live a better version of this life, or the same one, just with nicer goats. The house you now call home isn't cozy. It's not Pinterest-worthy or charming in the candlelit sense. It's functional. And by functional, we mean that it keeps out some of the wind and most of the wolves. The floor is packed dirt, uneven and always a little damp. You've swept it so often with your bundle of twigs that there's a groove near the hearth, your personal mark on the world, whether anyone notices or not. You live in a single-room structure, unless your husband is unusually prosperous. If that's the case, maybe there's a loft above the main space or a storage nook that smells strongly of onions and regret. Most days, you share the space with goats, chickens, and 2 or 3 children who do not understand the concept of silence. Privacy is a foreign luxury. Your only alone time is in the privy, if you're lucky enough to have one. Otherwise, it's a short walk to the edge of the woods with a stick and some dignity. From the moment you rise, there is no break. You tend the fire, because letting it go out means a humiliating visit to a neighbor to beg hot coals. Then there's the grain to grind, the baby to hush, the wool to card, and the pottage to stir. It's a rhythm that never really changes, unless someone's sick, which means more work for you. A mainstream historical fact: in medieval Europe, a significant percentage of women spent the majority of their time on domestic production, spinning wool, brewing ale, and preserving food, tasks that were vital to household survival, but rarely recorded with names or credit. Your house smells like a mixture of boiling cabbage, smoke, and wet dog. Which makes sense, because there is a wet dog. He sleeps by the hearth and occasionally sneezes onto your skirt. You'd be mad, but he keeps the rats away, and that makes him more useful than most of your in-laws. You wash clothes once a week, and it's a workout. There's a tub outside, a pot of heated water, and your own aching arms. Lye soap stinks, and the cloth is rough. But you scrub like your reputation depends on it, because it sort of does. Dirty linens invite whispers, and whispers are dangerous. You scrape dried bits of food from wooden bowls with a knife that's been sharpened so many times it's more suggestion than blade. You oil the iron pot so it doesn't rust. You patch holes in tunics and socks and slings. Every scrap of fabric is repurposed. Old garments become rags. Old rags become stuffing. Nothing is wasted. Not because you're eco-conscious, but because you're broke. And just when you think you might get a moment to sit, someone knocks at the door. It's your husband's cousin's wife's sister, and her cow's udder is acting funny. Could you come take a look? You go. Of course, you always go. Historians still argue whether women in these roles formed true support networks or merely tolerated each other for survival. there's evidence of both. Records of women helping each other through childbirth and illness, but also court cases where one accused the other of theft or sorcery. The children are constant. One's toddling toward the fire, another's chewing on a beet, and a third is crying because someone stepped on her doll made from a corn husk. You wipe noses, kiss bumps, and offer a song that rhymes badly but calms everyone down. You don't get thanked. You don't expect it. A quirky detail: some women in the Low Countries hung herbs like lavender and tansy from the rafters, not just for scent or health, but to ward off bad air or wandering spirits. Whether it worked is anyone's guess, but your house smells slightly better than your neighbor's, so it's worth a shot. You might get a brief pause near sunset. You sit by the fire, spinning wool, while your youngest leans against you, half asleep and sticky. You hum a tune, the same one your mother used. It's slow, soft, and full of nonsense words, but it's yours. As night creeps in, you finish a final sweep of the floor, brush crumbs from the table, which is also your sewing surface, butcher station, and sometimes birthing bench, and bank the fire with ash to keep the coals alive till morning. The children drift to sleep on pallets around the hearth. Your husband snores from the far side of the room, and you, well, you lie back, close your eyes, and try not to think about all the things you'll need to do again in just a few hours. No one writes this part down. There are no scrolls describing how expertly you fold linen, or how you manage to keep lice out of the bedding, or how you remembered which child likes their stew without leaks. But this is your domain, your world. You are the center of this humble solar system, even if no one says so. Outside, an owl hoots. You hear a fox rustling in the underbrush. Maybe a cart creaks by in the distance, late from market. But inside, the fire is low. The air smells of soot and broth, and the dog's breathing is steady. You made it through another day. And tomorrow, you'll do it all again, with grit, grace, and maybe, if you're lucky, half a carrot to yourself. There's a saying that's already old by your time. A woman's work is never done, and you're living proof. From the first moment your feet hit the cold dirt floor, you're in motion, always. Stirring, sewing, scraping, mending, baking, birthing, boiling, bartering, and somehow still expected to smile politely at the priest when he visits and reminds you that humility is next to godliness. You do everything, and you get credit for nothing. Let's talk spinning, not the kind with dumbbells and a neon-lit bike. No, this is real spinning. You take tufts of greasy wool and twist them into thread, hour after hour, using a drop spindle or spinning wheel if you're fortunate. It's meditative, sure, but it's also never optional. Spinning is how your family stays warm, how you make items to barter, and how you prove, again, that you're pulling your weight. And then there's brewing. That's right, beer is your domain. Ale is a staple in the medieval diet, safer to drink than water, and often stronger than your average toddler should be ingesting. But they do anyway. You make it from barley, water, and wild yeast, letting it ferment in barrels that you've cleaned with herbs and boiling water. A good brew means your family doesn't get dysentery. A bad one means everyone is spending the evening outside and not for stargazing. The joke? Brewing was considered women's work until it became profitable. Then, surprise! Men took it over and formed guilds that you're conveniently excluded from. Historians still argue whether women were fully pushed out of the brewing trade or just edged toward smaller, domestic markets. But one thing's clear: as soon as something brought in money, you were told to step aside. And speaking of profit, don't even dream of keeping any. If you sell a few baskets at market or trade some extra eggs for ribbon, that income is legally your husband's. He doesn't ask how long you stood in the rain to sell 3 turnips. He just pockets the silver and wonders why you're still wet. You might also tend to sick neighbors, assist in deliveries, or act as a midwife if you're skilled enough and brave enough. It's not glamorous. It often ends in tears. But you go because no one else will. You whisper prayers, offer herbs, and hope that your hands know more than you do. One curious detail: in some medieval villages, women carried little brewer's sticks, a carved piece of wood used to stir ale, often passed down like a family heirloom. Not just a tool, but a subtle badge of authority in a world where few noticed your work. But your biggest job? Feeding everyone, constantly. You're up early to soak beans, pick greens, start stews. You know exactly how long a turnip takes to soften and which weeds won't poison Uncle Thomas. You dry herbs in the rafters, pickle onions in crocks, and make sure that nothing goes to waste, not even the pig's feet, which are surprisingly popular in January. And when something breaks, you fix it. Your child tears their tunic. You mend it. The roof starts leaking. You patch it with sod. Your husband loses a boot. You fashion one from an old hide and a prayer. You are the repair shop, the grocery store, the first aid tent, and the IT department rolled into one. Does anyone thank you? Maybe. Occasionally. But even when they do, it's with a tone that implies you're just doing what's expected. Which, let's be honest, you are. Because to fail in these roles isn't just embarrassing, it's dangerous. If you don't work, things fall apart. If things fall apart, someone could die. No pressure. You try to teach your daughters these skills too, though they'd rather chase chickens or braid each other's hair. But they'll learn, just like you did, one blister at a time. A mainstream historical fact worth knowing: the majority of textile production in medieval Europe, spinning, weaving, dyeing, was performed by women, often within the home. It was vital to the local economy, but systematically undervalued in legal and religious records. Some women get clever about it. You've heard of one in a nearby town who makes dolls from leftover cloth and sells them under her brother's name. Another who brews mead with secret spices and only whispers the recipe to her daughter. Tiny rebellions, quiet defiance. The kind that lets you keep a sliver of self. Of course, not everyone approves. Your parish priest reminds the congregation often that a woman's place is in obedience, that Eve brought sin into the world, and that work is her atonement. You smile politely while kneading bread dough and imagine bopping him over the head with your rolling pin. Historians still debate whether such church teachings truly reflected how women lived or if they were more aspirational than actual. Diaries and letters from the era suggest women were far more involved, vocal, and essential than men like to admit. But you don't have time to ponder theology. The stew is boiling over. Your child just spilled oat mash on the floor, and your husband is calling for more ale. Again, you wipe your hands on your apron, whisper a curse under your breath, the polite kind, obviously, and keep going. Because you always do. Because you have to. By the time the stars appear and the village goes quiet, your body is humming with exhaustion. Your hands ache. Your knees throb. And still, you check the fire, fold the laundry, and make sure the door latch is secure before lying down in the dark, willing sleep to come. No, your name won't be carved into a monument, but tomorrow, a dozen people will eat because of you, wear clothes you mended, and sleep under a roof you helped patch. That's legacy enough. You wake with a scratch in your throat and a heat in your cheeks. Not the nice kind. The kind that means something's coming. Maybe it's a chill. Maybe something worse. But you can't rest. Not today. Not ever. Really. You stumble to the hearth, wrap a shawl around your shoulders, and start the fire anyway. Because even when you're sick, everyone still expects breakfast. Getting sick in medieval times is not ideal. There's no pharmacist down the road, no cozy clinic with warm lighting and polite nurses offering tea. You've got a few dried herbs, a strip of linen, and your grandmother's whispered advice, which may or may not have come from actual experience. It starts small. Fatigue, a fever, a headache that pulses behind your eyes. You try to ignore it, brush it off, keep going. But as the day wears on, your arms feel heavier, your feet drag, and your head swims when you stand up too fast. Historians still argue whether most medieval remedies helped or just delayed the inevitable. Some believe that folk knowledge passed through generations had real medical merit. Others see it as placebo, luck, or desperation. Either way, you take what you can get. You chew willow bark for pain, a common treatment that, unbeknownst to you, contains a compound similar to aspirin. You press a poultice of mashed garlic and pig fat to your chest. You sip weak ale mixed with honey and vinegar. These things taste awful and smell worse, but they're what you've got. And when that fails, you pray. Not necessarily because you're pious, but because sometimes the only medicine left is hope. Let's say you have milk fever, a catch-all term for postpartum infections, likely sepsis. You're shivering, sweating, and your belly feels like it's made of knives. The midwife comes in, peers at you grimly, and mutters about hot compresses and the will of God. She's done her best. So have you. Now it's up to fate. Or maybe you've come down with St. Anthony's fire, ergot poisoning from moldy rye bread. It causes hallucinations, burning limbs, and sometimes death. The villagers don't understand it. Of course, they just assume you're cursed, or worse, that you made a pact with something dark. Because being poor, female, and unlucky is suspicious enough. One fringe tidbit: in some areas, particularly rural France and Germany, women who showed strange symptoms were advised to crawl around church altars on their knees while repeating prayers backwards. If they recovered, it was considered divine proof of innocence. If not, well, they'd stop being a burden. Your bed, if you can call it that, is a pile of straw in a warm corner. You tuck yourself in, bones aching, while the rest of the house bustles. No one stops. There's too much to do. Someone checks your forehead now and then, but there are still children to feed and pigs to chase. You hear everything: the clang of pots, the baby crying, your husband yelling at someone outside. You're here, but not really. Everything feels like it's happening in a fog. You drift in and out, clinging to slivers of rest that never last long enough. And if you're lucky, you recover. You wake up one morning drenched in sweat, but the headache's gone and the fever has broken. You rise slowly, every joint stiff, and shuffle to the fire like a ghost. You boil some herbs just to be safe. You feel like you've been hit by a cart, but you're alive. That's more than many can say. But if you're not lucky, if this is the end, then things get quieter. You stop hearing. You stop feeling. Your hands go numb, and someone else starts wiping your face with a damp cloth. Your family gathers. Some cry. Others just wait. Quietly. Because they've seen this before. Maybe the priest arrives in time. Maybe he doesn't. Either way, your soul is prayed for. Your debts are forgiven. And your body is washed with cold water and strong-smelling herbs to mask the truth of what's coming. And here's a sobering mainstream fact. Historians estimate that nearly a third of all women in some medieval regions died from complications related to childbirth or infection. A third. You hear that number and wonder how anyone had the courage to start a family at all. But women did. Over and over. Because they had to. Because it was what was expected. And because, somehow, even in the face of such danger, they still found hope in the sound of a baby's laugh or the sight of a sunrise through the kitchen smoke. If you recover, life resumes like nothing happened. You're up the next day kneading dough. Skin pale and fingers trembling. There's no recovery time, no sick leave. The fire won't stoke itself, and your children need clean clothes. Your husband tells you to take it easy, and then hands you the heavy pot of stew to stir. A final curious fact. In some noble households, women were encouraged to wear charms sewn into their clothing, tiny religious relics, bits of parchment, or carved bone talismans thought to ward off sickness. Most peasant women couldn't afford such things. But maybe, just maybe, you tucked a carved button into your apron for luck. You sit by the fire that night, blanket pulled tight around your shoulders. You cough, sip something bitter, and stare into the embers. The dog presses close, sensing your fragility. You let him stay. The house hums quietly. Children snore. The wind slips beneath the door, and you, still aching, still alive, listen to the night like it might have something soft to say. You're woken by a sharp tug. Your toddler, hungry again. Your arms are sore, your breasts ache, and you're not entirely sure you slept at all. Welcome to medieval motherhood, where rest is theoretical and exhaustion is a constant companion. You sit upright, trying not to groan. The child latches quickly, hungrily, like he's been waiting his whole tiny life for this moment. Which, frankly, he has. Breastfeeding is both necessity and obligation. Formula doesn't exist, and wet nurses are for nobles, assuming you don't also have to wet nurse for someone else's child on top of your own. You settle into the rhythm of it, rubbing the child's back gently as the sun begins to peek through cracks in the shutter. You've been doing this for weeks, maybe months. Time blurs when you're operating on half sleep and leftover porridge. Motherhood, in your world, isn't a phase. It's a condition, a nearly permanent state that begins before you're ready and ends, if it ends, after more than a dozen children have passed through your arms, your body, your heart. You don't read parenting books or attend support groups. Your support is a neighbor who lost 3 of her own children and knows the signs of fever before the baby cries. Historians still argue How many children medieval women actually had? The average may be around 4 to 6 surviving into adolescence. But pregnancy often occurred nearly annually for as long as a woman remained fertile and alive. You're not just feeding and soothing, you're also cleaning, dressing, teaching, and protecting. The baby stays on your hip while you stir the stew. He's strapped to your chest while you haul water. You sing lullabies while mending shirts, tell stories while picking herbs, and rock babies with one foot while kneading dough. And when your child gets sick, which they often do, you're on high alert. There's no doctor, no pediatrician, no hotline to call, just your knowledge, passed from your mother and hers. Fever? Keep them warm and pray. Coughing fits? Honey and thyme, if you have it. Diarrhea? Ash-baked bread and water steeped with mint, a fringe tidbit. In some parts of Scandinavia, mothers would carve protective runes into wooden toys or cradle boards, hoping the symbols would shield their children from disease or spirits. Whether it worked or not, the act gave comfort. And comfort is sometimes half the battle. You have more than one child. Of course, maybe 3, maybe 6. They come fast, sometimes faster than your body can handle. Childbirth is terrifying. Even with a seasoned midwife, you give birth squatting, kneeling, or on a special birthing stool with 2 strong women holding your arms. No sterile instruments, no anesthesia, just biting on a strap of leather and trying not to scream too loudly. And after the baby comes, the pain doesn't stop. The bleeding, the tearing, the shaking, the fear. You're wrapped in blankets and handed a bowl of warm broth. If you're lucky, then it's back to work. There's no postpartum leave, no baby moon, just a tiny human to keep alive and more mouths to feed. You don't name them immediately, not all the time. Sometimes you wait a few weeks, quietly watching to see if they'll survive. The harshest reality? Many won't. Infant mortality is heartbreakingly common. A cough can take a baby in days, a fever in hours, and all you can do is hold them and whisper their name, if you dared to give them one yet. But motherhood has its brightness too. When your baby giggles, really giggles, for the first time, it feels like a kind of magic. When your daughter toddles toward you with wildflowers in her fist, or your son falls asleep on your chest, you feel, if not joy, then something close to it. A warmth. A reason to keep stitching tunics and boiling cabbages. You pass on everything you know. How to fold dough so it bakes evenly on the hearthstone. How to calm a colicky child with warm oil. How to find the safest mushrooms in the woods. Your children absorb this knowledge, like they absorb your voice in the dark. Slowly, steadily, without realizing it until they need it. And they do need you. Constantly. A broken shoe. A burned hand. A nightmare. You are the solution to everything. Until you're not. Because someday, they will marry, or work, or go to war. And you'll be left with only your shawl, your stories, and the quiet ache of your empty arms. A mainstream historical fact. In many medieval societies, especially among peasants, older daughters often stepped into maternal roles early, helping raise younger siblings by age 7 or 8. Childhood wasn't a protected stage. It was more of a warm-up for responsibility. And still, you find tiny ways to make it easier. You swap chores with neighbors to steal an hour of peace. You trade eggs for a carved rattle. You hum while stirring porridge so your baby hears the same melody every morning. These things aren't written down, but they matter. You've buried one child, maybe two. It's the kind of grief you don't speak aloud, but carry in your bones. A lullaby you no longer sing. A cradle you keep in the corner, just in case. Tonight, as the fire dims, you hold your newest child against your chest and breathe in her warmth. Her head smells like milk and soot and sleep. You kiss her temple and whisper, "Stay." And for one long, still moment, the world feels safe, just barely. The knock on your door is soft but insistent. Your elbow deep in dough, the baby tied to your back. When you hear it, you wipe your hands on your apron and open the door, not sure what to expect. But it's her, Sister Agatha, from the convent up the hill, rosy-cheeked, eyes like polished river stones, and wrapped in a thick wool cloak that smells faintly of beeswax and ink. She's come to ask if you'll be attending the next market day, but you know it's more than that. There's always something more when the sisters come down from their quiet world. You've always wondered what it would be like behind those stone walls. Soothing chants, clean linens, not a baby in sight unless it's the Christ child painted on a mural. The convent seems like a different universe, a cloistered paradise of books, silence and sleep. Sweet, uninterrupted sleep. Historians still argue over whether nuns had better lives than their married sisters. Some say yes, more autonomy, access to education, safety from childbirth. Others point out the strict routines, lifelong celibacy, and heavy-handed discipline. The truth, as usual, lies somewhere in between. What's certain is this: if you had joined a convent at the right time, in the right region, and with the right dowry, your life could have been very different. There, your days would start with prayer, not pigs. You'd walk stone corridors humming hymns, not carrying firewood. Meals would be sparse, but predictable. Tasks might include gardening, scribing manuscripts, or mixing herbal tonics in a quiet corner of the apothecary. No one yells. No one pulls at your skirt. No one expects you to bear children every year until you die. And this is the part that makes your chest ache slightly. Books. Real books. Written by hand. Stored in tidy wooden chests. Read slowly by candlelight while the world outside rushes on. If you're lucky, you might learn to write, to copy sacred texts, to read Latin, maybe even Greek, to see your own thoughts mirrored back to you in careful script. A fringe tidbit: in 12th century Germany, a woman named Hildegard of Bingen not only ran her own abbey, but also composed music, wrote about medicine and the cosmos, and corresponded with emperors. She was called a mystic, a genius, and she did it all without ever leaving the convent. Of course, nunnery life isn't all parchment and prayer. There are politics even within stone walls. Older sisters who scold, rules that limit your movement, chores that still need doing. Your hands may be clean, but they're rarely idle, and you may sleep in your own narrow cell, but it's drafty and dim, and the straw mattress feels suspiciously like the one you've already got. Still, compared to your reality, the endless grind of domestic labor, the pregnancies, the illnesses, the cloister sometimes seems like a kind of soft rebellion, a place where women, while not truly free, are at least permitted to exist on their own terms. Kind of. There's also the music. the soft hum of vespers, the chant of matins before dawn, the slow rise and fall of voices in unison. It wraps around you like a blanket, a rhythm without urgency, a cadence that doesn't demand your body, only your presence. You sometimes wonder what might have happened if your family had chosen that path for you, sent you to the convent at 7, where you'd have spent your days sweeping cloisters and memorizing psalms instead of herding chickens and patching breeches. A mainstream historical fact: convents often served as centers of female literacy and education during the Middle Ages. While most women were denied formal schooling, nuns often had access to books, writing tools, and the intellectual networks of the time. But it wasn't just about learning. For some women, it was about space, emotional, physical, spiritual. A break from the demands of marriage, motherhood, and labor. A space to breathe, even if that breath smelled faintly of candle wax and cold stone. Not everyone stays, of course. Some girls are sent there because their families can't afford a dowry. Others rebel, escape, or fall in love with the wrong visiting priest. But many stay for life, singing, sewing, praying, and many find peace in that rhythm. Back in your own life, you close the door as Sister Agatha walks off, her cloak flapping like wings. You return to the dough, kneading thoughtfully. The baby stirs, the fire crackles, the goat bleats, as if offended by your momentary contemplation. You smile, because despite the hardship, the fantasy, the ache, you're still here, in your own home, however small, with your children, however loud, doing work that, though unpaid and unrecognized, is deeply and profoundly human. And as you press the loaf into shape and set it near the hearth to rise, you hum a few notes of a hymn you barely remember. Maybe something the nuns sang the last time you passed their chapel on your way to market. The melody lingers, soft, warm, just enough to carry you into the next hour. You have a knack for plants. Not that anyone says it out loud. At least, not in a way that feels safe. Your garden is a tiny miracle. Sprigs of sage and thyme tucked between the cabbages. A spindly rose bush that somehow still blooms despite the frost. You dry lavender under the rafters, hang nettles by the window, and chew fennel seeds when your stomach turns. These little acts, these green touches, keep your household running smoother than most. But you're careful. You never boast, never offer unsolicited cures, and you definitely never, ever call yourself a healer. Because in your village, knowing too much can be dangerous, especially if you're a woman. People whisper, always. You helped the baker's wife with her cough last spring. You stopped the fever in old Merrick's leg with a poultice of honey and crushed marigold. You even knew how to make a salve for your own cracked hands when winter bit too deep. But all it takes is one bad harvest, one sick cow, one baby born wrong. And suddenly, the same people who came to you for help are muttering behind your back. She knows too much, they say. She's too clever with her hands. Did you see the herbs above her door? Historians still debate how many women accused of witchcraft were actually local healers. Wise women with knowledge of plants, weather patterns, and natural cycles. Some believe the accusations were a form of social control. Others point to religious paranoia. Both are probably true. You certainly don't call it magic. You call it experience. You learned it from your mother. Who learned it from hers? It's not spells. It's sage for sore throats, mugwort for difficult periods, wormwood for lice. It's practical, and it works. But try explaining that to a neighbor whose sheep just keeled over and who remembers, suspiciously, that you walked by the field that very morning. A fringe tidbit. In some parts of Eastern Europe, women who healed with herbs were expected to spit into the mixture to bind the remedy with life. Whether that made it more effective or just less appetizing is anyone's guess. You try to play it safe. You don't make potions. You don't mutter in Latin. You never use the word charm. Still, people watch, especially the men. The priest gives you a long look whenever you bring nettles to the church for the annual blessing. He says they're fine for cooking, but his tone suggests you shouldn't know so much about their other uses. Even your husband has warned you. Once, when a calf was stillborn and someone mentioned your name, he told you, gently but firmly, to keep your cleverness indoors. He doesn't want trouble. Neither do you. You don't stop. Of course, you just become quieter about it. You teach your daughters the safe names. Kitchen herbs. Healing roots. You tuck rosemary into their pockets when they're feverish and tell them it's for luck. You slip marjoram into stews and tell your husband it's for taste. You dry yarrow in secret and hide it behind bundles of flax. And you share carefully. When the woman down the path comes limping, you offer her a poultice with a shrug, like it's nothing. When a baby cries all night with colic, you bring fennel water without explaining how you knew. You never ask for thanks, just quiet, just safety. A mainstream historical fact. By the late Middle Ages, herbal manuals known as herbals were being translated into vernacular languages, spreading plant knowledge to more women. But those same books could be used as evidence in witchcraft accusations. Knowledge was power, and power was a risk. You hear stories. A woman in the next village was accused of cursing a cow. They say she boiled black feathers in a pot and muttered to herself. You suspect she was probably trying to make ink or dye, but no one asked. They shaved her head and made her walk barefoot through town, holding a candle, a warning to others. So you keep your head down. You gather mint only after dusk. You harvest your roots before sunrise. You smile when people ask if the thyme helped their cough, and you say, must have been God's work. But at night, when the house is quiet and your children are breathing softly beside you, you sit near the hearth and crush dried leaves between your fingers. The scent rises, sharp, comforting, ancient. You whisper the names to yourself like a litany. Valerian, motherwort, comfrey. Not spells, just survival. You are not a witch. You are not a priestess. You are a mother, a wife, a woman with good instincts and a garden full of secrets. You keep people alive. You ease pain. You bring sleep when nothing else works. You just hope no one decides that's too dangerous. You wake sweating before dawn, not from heat, because it's never truly warm, but from the press of layers, the weight of fabric twisted around your limbs. You're tangled in your clothes because you never quite took them off. There's no such thing as pajamas or comfort, really. It's summer, and you're already dreading it. Getting dressed in the Middle Ages isn't quick or easy. First, there's the linen chemise, your base layer. The only thing that touches your skin. It's stiff from repeated washing and ash lye, patched in too many places to count. and always a little damp from yesterday's sweat. Over that comes the kirtle, a kind of woolen slip dress, heavy even when dry. Then the overdress, also wool, likely a murky shade of brown or gray, the color of river mud. You might tie it with a woven belt, maybe hang your keys from it if you're someone important, which you're not, but you dream about it sometimes. And let's not forget your head. Your hair is always up, always covered. You tie it back, wrap it in linen, pin it under a coif or wimple. If you're married, it's expected. If you're not, it's protection from sun, lice, judgment. Letting your hair down is symbolic, scandalous, or reserved for mourning, or madness. A mainstream historical fact. By the high Middle Ages, sumptuary laws in many European towns dictated what women could wear based on class, marital status, and religious standing. The wrong color or trim could land you in hot water, socially, economically, even legally. And so, you dress to disappear. You have no closet, just a wooden chest with a few folded garments inside. Nothing is new. Everything has been mended, resized, or inherited. Fashion isn't a luxury. It's a practical negotiation with the seasons, the laundry pile, and how itchy you're willing to be today. In winter, you freeze. In summer, you bake. There's no middle ground. Today, the sun rises early and brings heat that makes your layers cling like second skin. You try to find shade while working, but there's little of it. You gather herbs in the garden, sweat stinging your eyes, your underdress soaked and sticking to you. You dream of taking it all off and jumping into the stream, but that's not how it works. You keep going. And when it rains, don't even start. Wool holds water like a grudge. It drips off your sleeves, clings to your knees, and steams off your back when you finally sit by the hearth. You spend hours drying your garments by the fire, only to get caught again tomorrow. Footwear is no better. Your shoes are simple turn shoes, thin leather, stitched by hand, with no soles worth mentioning. Mud gets in, stones get through. In summer, they stretch and slip. In winter, they freeze. And no, you don't get new ones until these give out entirely. But it's not just about discomfort. Clothing signals everything. Whether you're respectable, fertile, obedient, a loose veil, you're asking for judgment. Bright colors, suspicious wealth, a too fine ribbon. Are you trying to impress someone who isn't your husband? Historians still debate how much fashion freedom medieval women had. While noble women often flaunted elaborate gowns and jewels, peasant women were limited not only by cost, but by cultural expectation. Dressing above your station could bring suspicion, or worse. You've heard tales from traveling peddlers. In Venice, women dye their veils blue with crushed lapis. In Moorish Spain, women wear flowing silk in brilliant greens and golds. In Paris, the noble women don dresses so wide they can't fit through doors. You chuckle at the image. You struggling to stitch a patch in your one good apron. Can't even imagine owning more than two of anything. A quirky tidbit. In some German towns, brides wore bright yellow veils to signify virginity. Though after a few months of marriage, that veil usually ended up as a tablecloth or baby wrap. You make do with what you have. You stitch little patterns along the hem of your daughter's dress with dyed thread from onion skins and beets. You sew decorative seams on your husband's tunic, not because he notices, but because you need some beauty in your day. Sometimes you look at your reflection in the basin's water. Pale face, cracked lips, smudged with flour and ash. Your wimple slips a little, and for a second, you see yourself. Not the wife, not the mother, not the worker, just you. The girl who used to make daisy chains and pretend they were crowns. And then the moment passes. The basin ripples. The baby cries. The fire needs tending. You wrap your shawl tighter, pull the veil back over your head, and move on. By nightfall, you peel your damp wool off your skin, piece by piece. The chemise clings stubbornly, stuck to the sweat on your back. You wash in a basin, shivering slightly as the water cools your skin. You scrub your feet with a rough cloth, wincing at the blisters. There's no robe, no nightgown, just the same chemise you've worn all day. Now your sleepwear, too. You lie down, arms aching, head throbbing slightly from the day's sun, and still, you can't help but reach for your mending. One more seam to fix before the light fades. You work by the firelight, the thread pulling through fabric like a soft heartbeat, stitch by stitch, layer by layer. You wear your life, and it wears you right back. The bell tolls just before dawn, its echo stretching across fields, still clinging to fog. You pause, hand deep in a flour sack, and sigh. Time for church. Again, religion isn't optional here. It's as much a part of your day as water and bread. You may not get to interpret the scriptures, preach a sermon, or ask theological questions out loud, but you're absolutely expected to participate quietly, properly, repeatedly. You wrap your shawl around your shoulders, pin your veil in place, and nudge the older children awake. They grumble, as they always do. The youngest is still snoring, mouth open like a baby bird, arms sprawled wide across the straw mattress. You let her sleep. God will understand. You trudge to the village chapel, skirts already muddy before you reach the door. Inside, it smells like wax and damp stone. The benches are hard. The air is cold. You settle into your usual spot, toward the back, beside the other wives and widows, and fold your hands, eyes forward. The priest begins in Latin, which you don't understand. Not really. You know the rhythm, the cadence, the rise and fall of certain words. You know when to stand, when to kneel, when to mutter amen under your breath. But the meaning, that remains a mystery, a mainstream historical fact. For most of the medieval period, the Mass was conducted in Latin, a language inaccessible to the vast majority of the population, especially women, who were rarely taught to read or write, let alone in ecclesiastical languages. Still, the church is one of the only places you go regularly outside your home. It's a shared space, a rhythm of bells and candles, of standing beside your neighbors in silent unison, even if the sermons veer into familiar scoldings. Eve's sin, your inherent weakness, the virtue of silence. It's also the only place where you're acknowledged as part of something bigger. And there's beauty, too. The stained glass, chipped though it may be, lets morning light paint soft colors on the stone floor. The incense, sharp and sweet, makes your nose sting but reminds you that something sacred is supposed to be happening here. You cross yourself out of habit, bow your head during the prayers. When the priest speaks about the Virgin Mary, your ears perk slightly. She's the one woman in this whole structure who's both revered and relatable. She's tired, too, She suffered too, and she somehow never speaks unless spoken to. Historians still argue whether medieval women found true spiritual comfort in the church or merely endured its authority. Letters and personal accounts hint at both: deep devotion and quiet dissent, often living side by side. You've learned to keep your opinions to yourself. Once, during Lent, you asked whether a neighbor who died during childbirth without confession would go to heaven. The priest blinked twice, then said her soul was in God's hands. You never asked again. You're expected to obey your husband, confess your sins, and tithe what little you have. In return, you're promised eternal peace, though it's always framed as something you'll get later, not now. And yet, you still come. You sing, if quietly. You light a candle for the child you lost last winter. You leave a pinch of dried lavender near the altar and hope it's received as a blessing, not a transgression. Sometimes, during long sermons, your mind drifts. You imagine a heaven where women don't cook, where the laundry folds itself, where childbirth is painless and every soul is barefoot in a field of grass, laughing. You smile faintly. Then you remember where you are, a fringe tidbit. In some regions, women gathered outside church during certain feast days to share their own folk prayers and hymns. Informal gatherings the clergy often frowned upon, but which persisted anyway, passed from voice to voice like secret lullabies. Back home, you remove your veil and hang it by the hearth. You tend to the stew, stir the embers, change a child-soiled shift, and sigh. Church is done for the day, but the lessons linger. Be humble, be obedient, be silent, be good. But you're also practical. You sneak an extra spoonful of honey into your daughter's porridge because God would want her to smile. You mend your neighbor's dress without asking for coin because you remember what kindness feels like. You say your own quiet prayers in the garden, where the parsley listens better than most saints. The church may never let you preach. You'll never stand behind the altar. Your voice won't echo off stone walls the way the priest's does. But you still believe, not always in the words, but in the rhythm of it, the repetition, the strange comfort of kneeling beside someone who also aches. You believe in the softness of candlelight, in the weight of bread shared among friends, in the quiet whisper of hope that threads through every desperate prayer. That's enough. You've lived your entire life within a radius of a few muddy paths, a few dozen neighbors, and the sound of your own name being shouted from one of three places: the hearth, the well, or the chicken coop. The world beyond your village? It might as well be myth. You've heard of cities, not seen, just heard. Vast places full of noise and people and smells. Good ones, like roasting meat and lavender soap. And bad ones, like horse dung and dishonesty. Places where ladies wear silk and speak languages you'll never understand. But you travel only when someone else decides it's time, or when you've married into it. Travel isn't something women do for fun. You don't get to explore or go on holiday. The farthest you might go is market day in the next village over. And even then, you're likely balancing a bundle on your hip and hoping your shoes hold up. If you're a bit more fortunate, or misfortunate, depending on the journey, you might travel for a pilgrimage. A mainstream historical fact. While it was rare, some medieval women did travel. especially for religious purposes. Pilgrimages to shrines like Canterbury, Santiago de Compostela, or local holy wells provided spiritual escape and just possibly a taste of freedom. Still, pilgrims' travel isn't luxurious. You walk, mostly, through rain and brambles, sleeping in barns, eating hard bread and soft onions. And you're never alone. Too dangerous. If you're lucky, you go with a trusted group, maybe your husband, a relative, or fellow wives from the parish. If you're not, well, let's not think about that. There's also the matter of property, a concept that applies to both sheep and women. If you're unmarried, you belong to your father. If you're married, to your husband. If you're widowed, you get a brief taste of legal autonomy, but only until a male heir takes control. You don't walk freely. You are walked. Historians still argue whether women in rural areas had more mobility than noble women, bound by stricter social rules. Some say peasants could move more freely. Others, that geography mattered more than class. Either way, your feet don't often take you far. The only other way you travel is by necessity. If your family can't make rent on the land, or if your husband takes a new post elsewhere, you pack what little you own in a cart and go through mud and rivers and hostile stares from towns you don't belong in. You sleep by the roadside and pray the children don't come down with something. You worry someone will mistake you for a vagrant, or worse, accuse you of theft just for showing up somewhere new. A fringe tidbit. In some areas of medieval Europe, travelers had to carry a safe conduct letter from a local lord or abbot to avoid arrest or suspicion. Imagine needing a hall pass just to walk to the next town without being accused of banditry. Once, years ago, you visited your cousin's village, half a day's walk away. It felt exotic. The river ran differently. The bread had more salt. The people stared like you had 3 heads. You brought your own spoon and blanket and slept near the fire with one eye open. You still remember how strange their rooster sounded. When you do leave home, your belongings are minimal. A cloth bag, a water skin, maybe a rosary if you're pious, or a small carved charm from your mother if you're superstitious. You tie up your skirt, wear your second best shoes, your best being reserved for church, and tuck dried apple slices into your apron for the children. But it's not just about distance. It's about permission. You don't get to decide where your body goes. That decision is often made by someone else, usually a man, occasionally fate, and rarely you. Even inside your village, there are invisible boundaries. Places you go only with company, roads you avoid after dark, houses you don't approach unless you're invited. And always, your steps are counted in relation to your duties, to the well for water, to the field for herbs, to the chapel for prayer. You hear stories from the traveling tinker who passes through twice a year. He tells you of high mountain roads, of forests full of deer, of cities where women ride in carriages with tiny dogs on their laps. You smile politely, pretend to believe him, and offer him soup in exchange for tin buttons. You know your world is small, but within it, you've learned every bend in the path, every tree that hums when the wind shifts, every stone that makes the cart wheels jolt. You know how to find your way in fog, how to walk home in the dark by the sound of the stream. And sometimes, just sometimes, You wonder what lies beyond that next hill. What kind of sky stretches above towns where no one knows your name? What it would feel like to walk for the sake of it. Not because you're needed elsewhere, but the stew needs stirring, and your youngest has wandered off again. You shake the dream from your head, take off your apron, and lace up your boots. Tomorrow, maybe, you'll walk to the edge of the forest, just to see what the world looks like when it opens. Your husband is gone. Not gone like at the tavern or chasing a loose pig. Gone, gone. The house is quiet in that strange, echoing way only grief can make it. The children speak in whispers. The fire seems smaller. Even the chickens walk a little softer, as if they know. He wasn't perfect. Far from it. But he was yours. He split the firewood. He kept the roof patched. He made jokes that occasionally landed. And now, it's just you. Widowhood in the Middle Ages is a complicated thing. It's sorrow, yes, but also something else. Something you dare not name aloud. Freedom. You wake up the morning after the burial, and for the first time in years, no one expects your hands on their tunic or your food in their bowl. You decide, just for a moment, not to fetch water first thing. You sit, you breathe, and you realize that the sky didn't fall because you paused. A mainstream historical fact. In many parts of medieval Europe, widows, unlike unmarried or married women, could own property, conduct business, and represent themselves in court. They were considered legally autonomous. It was one of the only ways a woman could claim independence in her lifetime. Of course, it depends. Were you left land? A small inheritance? A decent reputation? If so, you're in luck. You might now run the farm yourself, hire help, or even lend out grain for profit. But if you were left debt or nothing, you face an uphill climb. You'll have to remarry quickly if anyone will take you, or become a servant in someone else's household, or live off the charity of the church, wrapped in black wool and quiet shame. Historians still argue whether widowhood was empowering or isolating for most medieval women. The truth is, it's both. You go through the motions of mourning. You wear dark clothes. You avoid singing in public. You sit in the same pew every Sunday and bow your head slightly lower than usual. People bring food, say kind things, ask pointed questions. Will you stay on the land? Is his cousin helping you with the oxen? Have you thought of taking in washing? The children take it differently. The oldest tries to step into your husband's shoes, all puffed chest and borrowed sternness. The youngest simply asks, "Is he coming back when the snow melts?" You lie and say, maybe. You return to the rhythms of life, but they feel different now. Lighter in some ways, heavier in others. You're both in charge and entirely alone. You decide what to plant this spring, but you also haul the manure yourself. You get to keep the market earnings, but you also do the walking, the bargaining, the lifting. You learn things you never had to know. How to sharpen a blade, how to assess the strength of a sick lamb, how to patch the roof just enough to keep the rain out. It's tiring, yes, but also something like pride, a fringe tidbit. Some widows, especially in English market towns, became successful businesswomen, running alehouses, inns, or textile shops. They had signatures, seals, ledgers. A few even left wills that began with "to my beloved daughters," so they may live free. You still miss him. Not all the time, but often enough to make it real. The way he hummed badly when he was mending a fence. The way he knew how to swaddle a newborn better than you did. The way he always left his boots by the hearth at a crooked angle that used to annoy you and now makes your throat catch. And yet, you grow into this new life, slowly, then all at once. You learn to say no, to make your own choices. You don't ask permission to visit your cousin 2 villages over. You tell your neighbor where you'll be. You decide to dye your tunic with woad this spring, just because you start singing again while you sweep, softly, at first, then louder. Your daughters watch you. They see the change. You tell them stories of other women, strong ones, clever ones, not always saints. They giggle when you say you might never remarry. What will people say? They ask. You smile and say, whatever they want, I'll be too busy to hear it. At night, the house is quieter. Sometimes you hear mice in the walls, or a fox in the yard and think, that would have woken him up. You miss the sound of his snoring, annoying as it was. You miss the extra body heat in winter. You don't miss being told to hush during supper. You light a candle by his shoes and whisper thanks, not just for his life, but for this space he left behind, a space you now fill, entirely. The road ahead is uncertain, but it's yours. And for the first time, that feels like something. You don't see them in the manuscripts. Their faces aren't etched in stained glass or carved into cathedral walls, but they were there, just like you. Women who led, women who fought, women who ruled entire regions from behind a veil or under a helmet. You've never met them, but you whisper their names sometimes while shelling peas or brushing your daughter's hair. Quiet names. Names the world seems to forget, but that still echo if you're listening. You know of Eleanor of Aquitaine, though not much more than the vague rumor that she once led an army during the Crusades and outwitted 2 kings. They say she was beautiful, clever, and entirely inconvenient for the men around her. She was queen of both France and England. Imagine that, though they rarely mention her without adding some complaint about her willfulness. Then there's Hildegard of Bingen again, the abbess with a library in her head. She wrote music and medical guides and letters to emperors telling them what they were doing wrong. You sometimes wonder if her bones ever ached like yours after a long day of kneeling. And have you ever heard of the Trung sisters in Vietnam? You probably haven't. They led a rebellion against Chinese occupation nearly 1,000 years ago, on elephants. Imagine that. 2 sisters, riding into battle, draped in silk and steel. Historians still argue how much of their story is legend, how much truth. But does it matter? A story kept alive this long has its own kind of power. Or Murasaki Shikibu in distant Japan, writing the tale of Genji while court ladies whispered around her and tried not to appear too clever. A full novel, centuries before the printing press. You like to imagine her writing by lamplight, occasionally dipping her brush while composing a line that would outlast the empire that fed her. A fringe tidbit. A lesser-known Egyptian scholar, Fatima al-Fihri, founded what's often considered the world's oldest existing university in the 9th century. She built it using her inheritance, managing the entire operation herself. Her name doesn't come up in most school books, but you suspect she wouldn't mind. She seemed to prefer action to attention. You think of these women not out of envy, but kinship. They were exceptional, yes, but also familiar. Women who juggled public brilliance with private messes, who stirred soup between writing verses, who knew what it felt like to be dismissed or doubted. You wonder how many others will never know. A peasant woman who brokered peace between two feuding clans. A mother who saved her entire village from famine by planting winter wheat early. A weaver who smuggled messages in her loom for rebels fighting a forgotten war. Mainstream historical records, written mostly by monks and bureaucrats, rarely mention these women. They appear in shadows, the wife of a certain widow, a local healer. Blink, and you miss them, but you feel them in your bones. When your hands ache from kneading, when you stay up too late sewing, when you calm a child with only your voice, you remember them. And in those moments, your work doesn't feel so invisible. You tell your daughter's stories, not just the saints and martyrs the priest talks about, but the clever girls and stubborn women you've heard of in whispers. You give them names and voices. You let them have agency in your telling. You let them laugh. Sometimes, your daughter repeats one of those names to her doll while pretending to lead a battle from the top of the haystack. You don't correct her. You hand her a stick to use as a sword. Historians still argue how many medieval women wrote under male names just to be heard, or painted in secret, or discovered something brilliant only to be forgotten by the next generation of men with pens. You wonder if someone like you is out there now, scratching her truth into parchment, hoping it survives a little longer than a loaf of bread. The truth is, history isn't just battles and treaties. It's thread passed from hand to hand, stories traded across fields, whispered names kept alive by people like you. Tonight, after the children sleep and the fire has dulled to a glow, you sit at your table with a scrap of linen and your needle. You stitch a name you've never seen in any book. Maybe your own, maybe someone else's, maybe a woman who lived long ago and never got her due. You don't need anyone to see it. You just need it to exist. You've always found ways to earn, quietly. Nothing grand, nothing that would get you noticed. Just enough to keep things moving when the pantry's low or the roof needs patching. It's not that you're trying to be clever. You're trying to survive. And survival in your world often depends on how many different jobs you can do before nightfall. You start with ale. Brewing isn't just tradition, it's necessity. The water's barely drinkable, and ale is safer, even for children. So you brew small batches, barley, hops if you can get them, water, wild yeast, and hope for the best. Sometimes it's delicious. Other times it's chewy. Either way, the neighbors buy it. A few pennies here, a loaf of bread there. Quiet commerce. You don't advertise. You can't. The guilds wouldn't allow it if you were a man. And they definitely don't like women skirting around their rules. But you sell your jars at the edge of the market, or swap them for wool. It adds up. Then there's spinning. Wool, flax, whatever you can get your hands on. You spin by firelight, spindle dancing between your fingers while the baby sleeps in your lap. You sell thread to the merchant's wife, who pretends not to know where it comes from. The coin she gives you disappears quickly. Salt, candle wax, a pair of used boots with only one hole. Historians still debate whether women in the medieval workforce were formally recognized or completely invisible. Records show their output: bales of wool, barrels of ale, baskets of vegetables, but not their names. You exist in the margins, and yet you keep everything running. A fringe tidbit: some medieval women worked as rat catchers, using ferrets or trained terriers to hunt pests in granaries. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid. And if anyone laughed, it was after they'd paid you and stopped itching. Your next hustle is laundry. Richer families in the manor up the hill need someone to wash their linens. And you're fast. You boil water, stir lye soap with a stick, beat sheets against smooth rocks. Your arms ache, your knuckles crack, but the silver they hand you is real. You press it into your sewing pouch like a secret. And then there's childbirth, not your own, though yes, you've done that plenty. No, other women call for you when the midwife is late or busy or halfway drunk. You're not trained, exactly, but you've seen enough births to know when the babies breach, when the cord's too tight, when to pray, and when to push. You never ask for coin when it's life or death. But sometimes, days later, a hen appears near your door, or a bundle of dried beans, or a pair of woolen socks, too small for you, but perfect for your son. One day, you even mend the thatch roof of the baker's house. His apprentice slipped, tore a hole, and the rains are coming. You climb up, braid bundles of straw, tie them tight with hemp cord. Your knees tremble, but you don't fall. When you're done, he hands you a warm roll and a shy nod. A mainstream historical fact: while medieval guilds often excluded women, many women found work through informal networks. Selling, trading, fixing, healing. Some became so essential to their communities that they gained reputations and loyal clients despite having no official standing. Still, you're careful. Too much visibility invites trouble. A woman working too well must be cheating somehow, must be suspicious, must be, at the very least, improper. So you keep your head down and your hands busy. You let the men talk about harvests and laws while you measure ingredients, sort lentils, and calculate how many eggs equal a bolt of homespun cloth. And it's not just work, it's artistry. You sew little flourishes into the hems of your tunics. Nothing big, just enough to feel proud. You dye fabric with nettles and alder bark. Experiment with patterns on your daughter's shawl. Beauty isn't just for noble women. It's for anyone who has to look at the same four walls every day and still find hope in them. You dream, sometimes, of opening a stall, just a little one, selling stitched mittens and woven belts. But dreams don't feed children. So instead, you barter, you trade, you show up early to market, blend into the crowd, and sell your labor like a whisper. No one writes about you. There are no books titled The Industrious Peasant Woman of Lower Wessex. But the village knows. When someone's sheep gets tangled in brambles, they call you. When the midwife can't come, they knock at your door. When a child needs soothing, you're the one with honey and thyme. Even your husband, when he was alive, knew better than to question your methods. He didn't understand how you made a half-empty larder last through winter. But he didn't ask. He just watched you stir the pot and tried not to eat too quickly. You fall asleep some nights with coin tucked under your mattress and a sliver of pride in your chest. You earned it. Not with permission, not with fanfare, just with work. Honest, steady, invisible work. And tomorrow, you'll do it again. Quiet as a prayer, sharp as a spindle. The sun sets slower now, as if it knows. You finish your stitching by the window, fingers sore, but still steady. The day's last light glows orange across your work table. There's no rush anymore. The children are grown, at least the ones who lived. Your home is quieter than it used to be. Just the steady creak of the door in the breeze, the familiar bubbling of stew on the hearth, the soft hum you sing out of habit. You're older now. You feel it in your knees, in your back, in the way you roll out of bed and need a moment just to stand. But you also feel it in your calm, in the way you no longer flinch when someone knocks unexpectedly, in the way you speak slower, clearer, more like a person with nothing left to prove. Today, you fed the chickens, scrubbed the table, swept the floor, and helped deliver your neighbor's grandchild. You also napped. For a full half hour, you've earned that. People look at you differently now. The young ones call you auntie, even if they're not related. They ask for your advice on fever remedies, market prices, what to do when the roof leaks. You tell them what you know. You hold nothing back. What would be the point? You used to worry about being forgotten. Now, you just hope the right memories stay. That your daughter remembers the way you braided her hair. That your son remembers how you used to hum while peeling turnips. That someone somewhere remembers your laugh, your hands, the way you could calm a baby just by picking them up. A mainstream historical fact. Few peasant women's names survive in records, but wills from the late medieval period occasionally mention mothers, midwives, and female neighbors who did much good. That's you, doing much good. Quietly, you keep moving through your day with grace. The tools you use are worn smooth by time. Your knife handle, your spindle, your mixing spoon, even the broom feels like an extension of your arm. There's a kind of poetry in how you move now. Not fast, not slow, just sure. Sometimes, you walk to the edge of the village and stare across the field you've known your whole life. The trees in the distance, the muddy path to the stream, the sky, wider than it used to feel. You stand there, hands on your hips, and take in the silence like it's a song. You don't fear death the way you once did. You've seen it too often. It no longer arrives like a thief in the night, but like an old friend you knew was coming. Someone who knocks, pauses, and waits for you to open the door. You don't know when or how, but you've made peace with it. A fringe tidbit. In some medieval villages, older women were called wise ones, not because of education, but because they had seen so much, lived through so much, and remembered what others forgot. You like that title. You might even start using it. And when that day does come, when you finally lie down and your breath slows and your fingers stop fidgeting, you hope someone lights a candle. You hope they bake your bread recipe. You hope they find the box under the floorboards with your dried herbs, and remember that you were never just the woman who fixed their socks. You were a builder, a bearer, a whisperer of names long lost, a flame that warmed many, even if it didn't burn brightly. And if no one remembers, the floorboards will, the loom will, the garden, still blooming time, will remember. The room is quiet now. The fire has faded to a low orange glow. You're lying under a quilt that smells faintly of rosemary and smoke, the same scent that's filled your home for decades. Your hands are still. Finally, your breathing softens. Outside, a breeze rustles the dry leaves. Somewhere in the distance, a night bird sings. Just once. And the world feels settled. Not finished. Not closed. Just resting. You're not thinking about tomorrow anymore. The list is done. The pot is empty. The thread has been tucked away. All that's left is this moment, slow and still, where time feels like it's folding in around you, like a wool cloak in winter. You remember your mother's voice, soft as ash. You remember the rhythm of her fingers brushing your hair, the quiet lullabies she hummed when she thought you were already asleep. That rhythm lives in you still, passed on, unbroken. So let it go. Now, let your limbs sink heavy into the mattress. Let your breath match the pulse of the night. Let the silence hold you, not as absence, but as comfort. You've done enough. You are enough. Sleep, dear one. Let the candles burn low and the old stories drift around you like mist. You are safe. You are seen. You are home. We step into the well-worn boots of a medieval knight, but not quite the dashing, armor-gleaming, dragon-slaying kind you might be picturing. No. This is the slightly damp, perpetually itchy, and mildly underfed version. The one you probably wouldn't survive a week as. You'll be waking before dawn, trying not to trip over pigs, and wondering when, if ever, you'll actually get to touch a sword. Your morning begins in a manor house. House is generous. It's more of a creaky wooden frame stuffed with hay, smoke, and the occasional bewildered goose. The mattress you sleep on is just a sack of straw, some of which you suspect may be alive, and your pillow is a bundle of linen stuffed with more straw, and exactly one pebble you can never find until it's pressing into your ear. The rooster crows. You ignore it. It crows again, somehow louder. You pull a flea-ridden blanket over your head. Then comes the real wake-up call. A shouting steward sloshing a bucket of water near the hearth, yelling something about pigs rooting in the turnips again. You sit up, head pounding slightly from last night's celebration. Translation: weak ale, bad lute music, and someone reciting poetry about geese. Your tunic smells like smoke and mutton fat. There's ash in your eyebrows. You're a knight in training. Technically a page right now, which mostly means you're below everyone except the chickens. And even they don't listen to you. You stagger outside into the dawn mist. The manor grounds are muddy and chaotic. Pigs grunting, stable boys shouting, someone chasing a goat that has stolen a lady's veil. Your duties begin at once. First, fetch water. The well is a walk away, and your wooden bucket leaks slightly, but it builds character, or blisters. Then, it's off to sweep the great hall. It's called great, not because of its cleanliness, but because it holds at least 6 more rats than the kitchen. You spend 20 minutes smacking cobwebs with a broom taller than you. Behind one tapestry, you find an ancient herring skeleton. Historians still argue whether medieval households actually enjoyed the lingering smell of pickled fish, or if it just blended in with everything else. Breakfast is served once the hall is less rat-infested. You sit at the lowest table, near the dogs, with a trencher of yesterday's bread soaked in something brown and greasy. The lord of the manor eats separately, perched on a slightly elevated bench to remind everyone he's basically royalty. You sneak a bite of cheese from the pantry and immediately regret it. It might not even be cheese. Then comes your favorite part of the morning, tending the horses. They're larger than you, smarter than you, and some days more polite than the humans. Your favorite is a shaggy bay mare named Marjorie, who seems to understand sarcasm. She's been known to bite the stable master on days when he's being particularly pompous, which makes her a local legend. As the sun climbs, your responsibilities multiply. You help polish armor, which rusts faster than wet laundry, clean boots, fetch scrolls for the steward, and pretend to understand Latin. You also sit in on Mass, mostly for the warmth and the faint hope of catching a nap during the sermon. Your clothing, a scratchy wool tunic, hose that never fit quite right, and shoes made of leather so stiff they could probably stand up on their own. And yes, you will get blisters. That's part of the charm. At one point, you're assigned to help in the kitchens. You chop herbs, pluck feathers from a chicken, and nearly lose an eyebrow when the cook throws a ladle at you for stirring the stew clockwise instead of counterclockwise. "It curses the broth," she screeches. Historians still debate whether this was superstition or just her excuse to throw things. The day stretches on. You sneak off for a moment's peace near the edge of the manor's tiny orchard. The trees are bare, the ground muddy, and a goose hisses at you. But for a moment, there's quiet. The kind of medieval silence only interrupted by someone screaming about turnips again. By sunset, your back aches, your hands are raw, and your dreams of galloping across battlefields feel a little less shiny. Still, as the sky turns orange, you spot the Lord's banner fluttering above the manor. It's a reminder that one day, maybe, you'll have your own squire to boss around. You smile at the thought, right before slipping on a frozen puddle of pig muck. The next morning, your legs still aching and your pride slightly bruised from yesterday's pig muck incident. You head to the training yard. The wooden practice swords are already lined up along the wall like a particularly menacing row of firewood. The weapons master, a man with the personality of an ox and roughly the same build, greets you with his usual cheerful phrase, "If you don't cry today, I'm not doing my job." You pick up a sword that's longer than your arm and about as balanced as a fence post. Your first swing sends it flying out of your grip and into a nearby barrel. The other pages snicker. One lad, Eustace, winks smugly. He already has arm muscles and once claimed to have stared down a wolf. You doubt it, but still, training begins in earnest. First, footwork drills. You march, sidestep, pivot, and trip. Then it's time for strikes. Vertical, horizontal, and diagonal. Each blow sends a shock through your wrists. The weapons master yells, "Tighten your grip," as if your fingers aren't already clenched like a falcon on a field mouse. You break for a moment to adjust your tunic, which insists on riding up during lunges. Your hose sags at the knees. Across the yard, someone is vomiting discreetly behind a hay bale. Probably Hugo. He always eats too much stewed turnip before practice. Mid-morning, it's time for sparring. You're paired with a boy named Alwyn, who is shorter than you, but much meaner. You raise your wooden sword. He charges like an angry squirrel, and within seconds, you're flat on your back, staring at a suspicious cloud that looks like the Virgin Mary. Later, with a bloody lip and a sore shoulder, You help the master set up the quintin, a rotating dummy on a pole with a padded shield arm and a sandbag. Your job: gallop past on a practice horse, strike the shield, and not get hit in the face by the swinging sandbag. Naturally, you get walloped on your third try. The sandbag knocks your helmet sideways, and the entire courtyard laughs. Marjorie, the stable horse, seems particularly amused. After lunch, salted fish and bread that could double as paving stones. It's time to learn shield work. The shields are heavy, painted with crude family crests, and smell faintly of old onions. You practice raising, lowering, and absorbing blows. Your arms tremble by the end of it, and you quietly consider whether knighthood is worth permanent shoulder damage. Still, there's something oddly satisfying about the rhythm of training. The clash of wood, the shout of commands, the heartbeat thud of your own feet on packed dirt. It's exhausting, but purposeful. You're not just a mud-streaked boy in a tunic anymore. You're a future knight. Eventually, probably, hopefully, before your hairline recedes, late in the afternoon, the weapons master delivers a lecture on chivalry. You try your best to stay awake as he drones on about honor, loyalty, and not hitting peasants unless they really deserve it. Historians still argue whether knights truly lived by the code of chivalry, or if it was more of a PR campaign written by poets in drafty libraries. You're dismissed just as the sky begins to dim. Your arms feel like pudding. Your tunic is soaked through with sweat, and you smell like damp bread. But you survived, just barely. Eustace, still smug, pats you on the back hard enough to dislodge a burp. "You'll get there," he says. Maybe. As you trudge back toward the manor, you pass a group of younger pages watching a squire juggle apples while riding a pony. One apple falls, and a goose snatches it. The pony bites the goose. It's the most excitement the courtyard's seen all week. That night, over watery ale and a stew that tastes suspiciously of moss. The other boys recount their training injuries with pride. One has a splinter the size of a bishop's nose. Another claims to have dislocated his jaw by yawning during sword drills. You nod and smile, lips sore, shoulders aching, but heart quietly proud. You're still here? You're learning. And somewhere in the corner of the great hall, the weapons master chuckles into his drink and mutters, "Tomorrow, we try polearms. The next morning, the air is damp, and the fire in the hearth refuses to do more than sulk. You're called earlier than usual. Today, the steward informs you you'll be assisting in the armory. With a groan and a stiff back, you pull on your tunic and shuffle across the courtyard, where a thin fog clings to the cobblestones like it's trying to mind its own business. The armory is both magnificent and miserable. Rows of glinting mail hang on wooden racks. Helmets shaped like cooking pots line the shelves, and a suspiciously pointy pile of spears leans in one corner like they're whispering about you. The armorer himself is a man of few words and infinite frowns. He gestures toward a set of chainmail and grunts. "Lift it." You try. You fail. Chainmail, as it turns out, weighs roughly as much as a small ox. You tug it over your head and instantly discover three things. It's cold, it pinches, and it smells like the inside of an old boot. The armorer smirks. "That's just the hauberk. Wait till you try the greaves." You stumble into the full ensemble by late morning. hauberk, coif, greaves, gauntlets, and a surcoat emblazoned with the manor's symbol, which looks vaguely like a worried goat. Every piece adds 10 pounds and subtracts 10 degrees of flexibility. You try sitting and immediately understand why knights in stories always seem to stand heroically at all times. The helmet is the final insult. A heavy iron dome with a narrow eye slit and the breathability of a clay jug. You fasten the strap beneath your chin, take one step, and promptly walk into a door frame. The squire snorts. You pretend you meant to do that. Outside, you're instructed to walk laps around the training yard in full armor. Not run, just walk. But even this is a challenge. The chainmail drags at your shoulders. The greaves clank with every step, and the helmet transforms every shout into an echo from inside a metal cave. Your sweat has nowhere to go. Within 10 minutes, you feel like a boiled turnip in wool. Still, there's something about the weight. It anchors you. You are, undeniably, a knight in the making now. You clank when you move. You shine in the sun, at least where the rust hasn't taken hold. And when you stop to rest beneath a bare tree, your breath heaving, you notice a group of peasants staring. One of them, a boy about your age, mouths the word "sir." Back inside, the armorer teaches you how to care for your gear. This involves liberal amounts of oil, rough cloths, and the constant threat of rust. You learn that urine was sometimes used to clean chainmail. You also learn that the armorer is not joking. Historians still argue whether this method was widespread or just the invention of particularly frugal knights. During lunch, you eat with your gloves off for once, your fingers too sore to do much else. The bread is a bit softer today, which likely means it's gone stale enough to absorb moisture from the air. A luxury by medieval standards. In the afternoon, the real test begins. Wearing the armor while riding. You mount Marjorie with the help of 2 squires and a nearby barrel. She seems unimpressed, flicking her ears and sighing loudly. You try to guide her around the courtyard, but your legs won't bend right, and the saddle feels like it's made of bricks and shame. Still, you manage a full circuit, then a second. By the third, you even feel a little heroic, until your gauntlet slips on the reins and you accidentally steer Marjorie into the side of the well. She stops just short, because she's smarter than you. At day's end, you return the armor to its rack. Your arms feel like they belong to someone else, probably a blacksmith. Your spine makes an audible complaint as you stretch. But you've done it. You've worn the knight's gear. You've moved in it, fought in it, sweated buckets in it. And somehow, you didn't collapse into a pile of clangs and tears. As you limp to supper, you hear the weapons master remark, "Not bad. He only fell over twice today." You take that as high praise, and as you settle down for the night, your muscles aching and your hands smelling faintly of oil and metal, you feel something new. Not comfort, exactly, but a sense that you're no longer just pretending. You are becoming the thing you dreamed about, one slow, sweaty step at a time. You wake to the smell of boiling cabbage and the sound of someone coughing like they're trying to evict a demon. It's feast day at the manor, though feast is a term that medieval folks apply generously. You stretch beneath your blanket, joints cracking, and contemplate whether your jaw still hurts from yesterday's helmet collision. It does. Feast day is special, not because the food is good, but because everyone eats together. Lords, knights, squires, even the loud lady who churns butter with the force of a siege engine. The great hall is decked out for the occasion. Tapestries are shaken, not cleaned. Rushes on the floor are replaced, mostly. And someone has sprinkled dried herbs, about to fight the smell of damp socks and old cheese. It almost works. You're seated midway down the table hierarchy, above the stable boys, below the minstrel. Across from you, a priest is already snoring into his goblet. The steward stands at the head of the room, declaring the meal with the pomp of a man who has memorized exactly 3 Latin phrases. The food begins to arrive, steaming bowls of pottage, a kind of soup, stew, porridge mystery combo. Hunks of dark rye bread so dense they might survive a siege, and a roasted bird of unclear species, possibly pigeon. Possibly something that once resembled a pigeon before spending too long near the fireplace. The Lord, naturally, receives the good stuff: spiced meats, fruit conserves, and a pie so elaborate it actually contains a live songbird that briefly escapes and dive bombs a knight's forehead. Everyone applauds. This, apparently, is entertainment. You sip from a cup of ale. It's weak, but warm. You break your bread and scrape it through the pottage. A turnip floats past. Someone near you mutters about a bit of tooth still in their stew, but no one stops eating. You politely avoid chewing with your molars. Between courses, a jester performs. A grown man in bells who juggles apples and makes jokes about monks and flatulence. You laugh along with everyone else. But when he tries to ride Marjorie later that evening, she flattens him with one patient kick. She's a good horse. Feasts are as much about ceremony as sustenance. You're expected to behave with chivalry, which today includes passing the salt. Valuable. Refraining from slouching, difficult in chainmail. And not scratching your lice in public. Almost impossible. You succeed at 2 out of 3. Midway through, a servant drops a tray. The hall goes quiet for a beat, then resumes eating like nothing happened. You realize, with mild horror, that some of the spilled meat pies have been scooped back onto platters. Waste not, want not. You turn to your neighbor, a squire from a nearby estate. He tells you the cooks sometimes use crushed nutshells to clean the pots and sand to scrub the trenchers. You believe him? It explains the oddly crunchy bite you took earlier. Historians still argue whether medieval folk genuinely preferred their bread with a little grit, or if they just didn't want to complain in front of the Lord. Toward the end of the meal, sweet treats are passed around. Sweet here means figs, if you're lucky, honeyed oats, if you're not, or occasionally marzipan, molded into terrifying shapes like a smiling piglet or a knight with no head. You get the piglet. You eat it anyway. It tastes of almonds and mild guilt. As the evening draws on, the hall dims. Torches flicker. Laughter echoes off the stone walls, and someone begins strumming a lute with approximately 3 working strings. You lean back, your stomach full for once, your tunic stained with something unidentifiable, and your boots sticking to the floor just a little bit. The Lord raises a goblet and offers a toast to his ancestors, his lands, and the brave youth training under this very roof. You sit up a little straighter. That's you, technically. You try not to look surprised. Afterward, there's more ale. Someone dances. Someone else sings a ballad so sad even the fireplace looks mournful. The dogs bark at shadows, and a cat leaps onto the table, snatching a scrap of meat and fleeing into the rafters like a tiny thief. Eventually, you help clear the hall. The trenchers are dumped into a wooden tub to be eaten by the pigs in the morning. Leftover bones are gathered into a bucket that smells like pure sorrow. You slip on a gravy puddle, but recover with what you hope looks like a bow. That night, as you settle onto your straw bed, the manor still echoing with the last laughs of the feast, you reflect on how much ceremony surrounds even a simple meal. It's not just about eating, it's about showing rank, forging loyalty, and pretending the bread isn't actually yesterday's bread soaked in broth. You're not full of glory yet, but at least tonight, you're full of food. You awake groggy, warm from the previous night's feast, and immediately regret it. Because today, unfortunately, is bath day. Bath day in the manor is less spa retreat and more bucket-based logistics nightmare. Bathing is a serious event, infrequent and full of ritual. And frankly, the less said about it, the better. But here you are, summoned by the steward, holding a bar of something vaguely soap-like and trying not to breathe through your nose. The bath itself is a large wooden tub placed near the hearth, lined with cloth, and already half full with steaming water, heated by servants who've been stoking the fires since dawn. You're allowed to bathe first today, a dubious honor, given that everyone else uses the same water after you. You step in. It's hotter than expected, and definitely not empty of leaves, twigs, or mysterious floating bits. You try not to look too closely. Your bath attendant, a grumpy man named Thorn, scrubs your back with a rough cloth and mutters about how you've grown soft from too much trenchering. You're then doused with a jug of water infused with herbs, probably mint and marjoram, though it smells faintly of last week's soup. Your soap? A lump of lye and animal fat, possibly mixed with ash and disappointment. You scrub under your arms and behind your ears as instructed. You emerge raw, slightly cleaner, and entirely unsure if you actually smell better or if your nose has just given up. You're dried with coarse linen and wrapped in a fresh tunic, which still carries the faint scent of storage chest. A servant combs your hair mercilessly and applies a sprig of rosemary behind your ear for charm. You now resemble an overgrown salad. Afterward, you're herded outside to air out. Bath day is as much for social function as it is for hygiene. You stand with other pages and squires, all equally damp, shiny, and humiliated. The older knights smirk. One even calls you Sir Drenched. You do feel a bit lighter, though. The grime of weeks gone has at least been loosened, if not entirely evicted. As you sun-dry, the steward delivers a lecture on the virtues of cleanliness, quoting some saint who probably bathed even less than you. Historians still debate whether medieval folk truly believed water opened the body to illness, or if they just hated being wet in winter. Midday arrives, and with it, your post-bath task, laundry. This is less about helping and more about standing knee-deep in freezing stream water with a paddle, slapping tunics like they've insulted your family. You learn that wool, when soaked, smells like something you left in your boot for 3 weeks. The washerwomen offer commentary. You call that scrubbing? One cackles. My grand's ghost could do better, and she's blind. You paddle faster. A soap bubble lands on your nose and explodes. Dignity is now a distant memory. Once the garments are hung to dry, mostly on bushes and fence posts, you sneak a moment of quiet behind the stables. The sky is blue, the pigs are napping, and Marjorie nibbles hay without judgment. You scratch behind her ears, grateful she can't speak. Later, you're summoned to assist the herbalist. His chamber is filled with drying plants, suspicious jars, and something in a cage that hisses when you approach. He hands you a pestle and tells you to crush dried lavender for calming poultices. You pound away, sneezing often, while he mutters about humors and bleeding schedules. One of your duties is to refill the potpourri sachets for the manor's privies. You discover that dried rosemary, sage, and wormwood help. Very little, but at least it gives the illusion of effort. As the sun sets, you return to your quarters, now freshly dressed and smelling less like firewood and more like herbs and bruised dignity. You pass a priest who blesses your scent, then gags slightly, encouraging. Dinner is light, leftover stew, and a chunk of cheese, the texture of sandstone. You eat quietly, feeling strangely satisfied. Your skin is clean, your tunic is soft, relatively, and even your feet, recently soaked and rewrapped, no longer itch like a witch's curse. You lie down that night, stretched on straw that now feels oddly luxurious. The stars are visible through a crack in the ceiling. Somewhere in the distance, a dog howls. You feel peaceful, nearly content. Bath day may be rare. It may be public. It may involve more commentary than a town crier's wedding. But there's something nice about shedding the grime, starting fresh. Even if the freshness only lasts until someone throws a turnip at you tomorrow morning. The sky is overcast, the kind of gray that suggests something unpleasant is coming. Rain, probably, or maybe geese. You can feel it in your joints, which is saying something, given that you're barely out of adolescence. Today is no ordinary day. Today, you march to your first real battle. Well, ride to your first battle, in a formation, with banners and trumpets. You have to share a horse, though still just a squire, after all. And the knight you're paired with smells strongly of garlic and judgment. The manor is buzzing. Armor is being polished, weapons sharpened, prayers muttered under breath. You've been issued your own helmet, slightly dented, a spear, slightly bent, and a surcoat that was clearly tailored for someone with much longer arms. You wear it anyway. You were expecting glory. What you get is mud. Endless mud. You ride out with a dozen others, clanking awkwardly and trying not to jab your neighbor with your lance. The horses squelch with every step. Your own steed, generously called Bravestone, has already tried to sit down twice. The path winds through farmland and forest, past villagers who pause their chores to gawk at the procession. Some make signs of blessing. Others just look tired. You wonder if they're glad to see you go, or afraid you'll be back with twice as many soldiers and a sudden desire to requisition their chickens. By midday, your troop reaches a staging field, a broad, open space with trampled grass and the unmistakable odor of nervous horses. Other forces are gathering. Dozens of tents dot the horizon like awkward mushrooms. Banners flap in the wind, red ones, gold ones, some with lions, others with very enthusiastic fish. Your knight, Sir Geoffrey, sits tall in his saddle and begins assigning duties. You're told to pitch the tent. This seems to involve stakes, ropes, and a deep misunderstanding of geometry. You spend an hour battling canvas before realizing you've built a highly flammable wind tunnel. Sir Geoffrey pretends not to notice. Evening comes, and with it, preparations for combat. You gather around a smoky fire and listen to strategy, something about a pincer maneuver, a flanking division, and a hill that everyone seems very fond of. You nod solemnly, despite understanding none of it. Most of the other squires are doing the same. One is asleep, sitting upright. Dinner is bread and dried meat, which you chew like a determined squirrel. A man with a harp sings a slow ballad about a knight who died in a well. It's not comforting. Neither is the fact that the camp physician keeps walking around with a leech jar and a hopeful expression. As darkness settles, your tent flaps in the breeze like it wants to escape. You lie on a blanket, armor half removed, and listen to the sounds of a military camp. Metal clanking, men coughing, someone arguing with a donkey. You don't sleep so much as blink slowly for several hours. At dawn, the horns sound. You jolt upright, slam your helmet onto your head, backwards, briefly, and grab your spear. Sir Geoffrey mounts Bravestone with the elegance of a sack of grain. You mount behind him, gripping the saddle horn and whispering apologies to the horse. The march to the field is quiet. Too quiet. Your heart pounds in your ears. Your breath fogs your visor, and your palms sweat inside your gauntlets. Around you, everyone seems very focused or very nauseated. The opposing force is already visible. A sea of shapes, banners fluttering, armor gleaming. You squint. Are those actual cannons? No, they're just wagons. Probably. Trumpets blare, orders are shouted, and then chaos. You don't charge at first. You hold the rear with the other squires, positioned for support and to run errands. You deliver a new lance, fetch water, pull one man from under a horse, and almost lose your boot to mud that seems to bite back. Eventually, Sir Geoffrey waves you forward. You jog, armored and panting, across uneven terrain, holding a banner so heavy it nearly pulls you sideways. Arrows fly overhead. Most land harmlessly in the dirt. One hits a tree and sticks there, trembling like it regrets everything. You see no duels, no dramatic last stands, just confusion, men yelling, horses panicking, someone dropping a mace on his own foot. Sir Geoffrey returns from the skirmish with a cut on his arm and a very smug expression. Glorious work, he declares, handing you his helm to clean. It's covered in something unpleasant. You nod and take it. By sunset, it's over. A minor border clash. The steward will later say. A forgettable footnote in someone else's chronicle. But to you, it was your first battle. You survived. Your armor is dented. Your ears are ringing. And you smell like wet wool and victory. Sort of that night, by firelight, you sit with the others and retell the day's events in slightly exaggerated form. You nearly died twice, maybe 3 times. You definitely saved someone, possibly yourself. You add a dragon for flair. The others nod solemnly. No one corrects you. You return to the manor after battle with a new limp, a deep bruise on your hip, and the unmistakable pride of having not technically, died. The servants greet you with mild interest and one hearty slap on the back that nearly dislodges your spine. You're allowed a few days of rest, which really just means doing chores that don't involve weapons. But there is one major change. You've been assigned to garrison duty at the nearby castle. It's technically a promotion. You try to act thrilled. The castle is not what you'd imagined. From a distance, it looks magnificent. Stone towers, high walls, fluttering banners. But up close, it's essentially a giant drafty refrigerator filled with echoing footsteps and cold soup. You arrive with a bedroll, your gear, and instructions to report to the captain of the guard, a man who seems permanently unimpressed. Your sleeping quarters are a stone chamber with no fireplace, one window slit, which lets in wind but not sunlight, and a mattress filled with what you hope is hay. You share the room with 3 other squires, 2 rats, and a ghost named Winifred. At least, that's what the others call the chill that creeps in whenever someone mentions laundry. Your first duty is the night watch. You stand on the wall walk, wrapped in a wool cloak, squinting into the dark. Nothing happens. For hours, you walk back and forth. Occasionally, an owl hoots. Once, you think you see something move, but it's just a squirrel having a minor breakdown. The wind bites through your cloak. You stamp your feet. You quietly consider setting your own shoes on fire. After what feels like a decade, your shift ends, and you clamber down the narrow stairwell with knees that creak like poorly tuned bagpipes. By day, you patrol the courtyard, help repair fencing, and practice archery with a bow that's more splinter than string. You also assist in managing the stores, barrels of grain, jugs of vinegar, and enough salted pork to alarm a small nation. You quickly learn that nothing, and I mean nothing, smells worse than a broken pickle barrel in midsummer. One day, you're assigned to clean the garderobes, the castle toilets. These are essentially holes in the wall that open onto the outside, several stories up. The smell is as ancient as the stones themselves. You hang onto a rope, lean out, and scrub with a broom that should frankly be burned afterward. Historians still argue whether these primitive sanitation systems were efficient, or simply medieval optimism given physical form. After that, everything smells vaguely better. On particularly slow days, you help mend the stonework. This means hauling buckets of mortar up ladders and trying not to sneeze when the dust gets into your nose. The master mason grumbles instructions while occasionally throwing small stones at birds. You don't ask why. Your meals at the castle are Spartan. Pottage, stale bread, sometimes onions if you're lucky. One evening, the cook tries a new recipe involving pickled eggs and dried apples. The result causes widespread distress, and a general truce is called for the night between squires and knights over access to the privy. But there are moments, brief, golden ones, when the castle feels alive, when the bell tolls from the tower, echoing over the valley, when sunlight spills through the slit windows and catches on the stone floor, when the blacksmith sings while hammering, his voice echoing off the inner walls like a strange bird that's somehow on key. You begin to know the rhythm of the place, the changing of the guard, the way the kitchen smoke drifts in the afternoon, the stories whispered by the servants about old ghosts and buried treasure, always told with one eye on the stairwell, just in case. You also begin to understand your place in the structure. Not glamorous, but essential. You're part of the defense. You watch, you wait, you respond. Once, during a storm, you help secure the outer gate while the river threatens to rise. Your hands are numb, your tunic soaked, but afterward, the captain nods at you. A real nod. The kind that says, "You're doing fine." Kid, one afternoon, while climbing the battlements to deliver a message, you pause to look out. The view is astonishing. Green fields, a winding road, the river cutting through like a silver ribbon. Smoke from distant farmhouses curls into the sky. Somewhere out there, peasants are planting, monks are copying scrolls, and probably a goose is biting someone's ankle. You lean on the stone, feeling the weight of your sword at your side, the tug of wind at your cloak, and you realize something strange. You're not just passing through anymore. You're part of the story. Life in the castle settles into a rhythm. You get used to the cold, the clatter of boots on stone, and the comforting predictability of being mildly damp at all times. But today breaks the routine. You've been summoned to the chapel for religious instruction and, more ominously, moral reflection. The castle chapel is a modest, drafty room with stained glass windows depicting various saints in varying states of confusion and martyrdom. A priest with eyebrows like thatch and breath that could stun a sheep greets you warmly. "Ah," he says, clasping your hands like you're about to donate a monastery. You look like someone in need of penance. You're ushered into a pew and handed a book in Latin. You don't speak Latin. You barely read Norman French. You open it anyway and nod solemnly. The priest launches into a sermon about pride, the virtues of humility, and how sin can sneak in through the soles of your feet. You are not entirely sure he's wrong. Religion governs everything in your world. When you eat, when you fast, when you fight, and when you're expected to walk barefoot for 3 days because of a comet. Comets, by the way, are universally feared. Historians still argue whether people truly believed they were divine omens, or if everyone just agreed not to take chances. After Mass, you assist with a small procession to bless the granaries. The priest sprinkles holy water while muttering Latin invocations and occasionally flicking it too hard in people's faces. One woman sneezes dramatically and insists she's been healed of her toothache. Everyone cheers. You're told that knights must not only be skilled with sword and lance, but also live as moral examples. This includes prayer, almsgiving, and avoiding temptation. You're not entirely sure what counts as temptation, but based on the lecture, it includes everything from ale to falconry to thinking too long about your squire's sister. Back in the castle yard, you overhear a lively debate between two washerwomen about whether sneezing during prayer invites demonic possession. You file that one away for later. Afternoon duties involve helping the resident herbalist, Father Theobald, a man who speaks only in proverbs and smells like vinegar. He teaches you how to identify sacred plants like angelica, wormwood, and St. John's wort. You're sent to gather them in the woods beyond the castle wall, where you also stumble upon an oddly shaped stone. Father Theobald proclaims it a saint's kneecap. You decide not to ask questions. Later, you're present for a penance ritual. A knight accused of vanity for polishing his armor too much must walk barefoot around the courtyard while reciting psalms and being gently swatted with a birch switch. You admire his commitment and his very shiny greaves. Superstition blends seamlessly with religious practice. a black cat appears in the kitchens, and suddenly, no one will touch the stew. The priest blesses it. The cat steals a sausage. Everyone pretends not to see. Even your fellow squires have their rituals. One carries a dried rabbit's foot tied with red thread. Another swears by muttering the Lord's Prayer backwards before battle. You once saw a knight tap his helmet twice, spin in a circle, and kiss a crucifix before entering a duel. He won, or at least didn't fall off his horse, which is basically the same thing. As twilight falls, you find yourself in the chapel again. Candles flicker, casting long shadows across the floor. The priest leads a hymn. Half the squires mumble tunelessly, and one falls asleep, standing up. You kneel, the stone cold against your knees, and close your eyes. You're not sure what you believe exactly, but you believe in the rhythm of this moment, the stillness, the light, the sound of breath and whispered prayers. Afterwards, you help carry candle holders back to storage. One melts completely sideways. Like it gave up halfway through Vespers, you place it gently next to a box labeled, "Holy Wax, Do Not Eat." At supper, the topic of miracles comes up. One of the older knights claims he once saw St. Cuthbert appear in a chicken coop. Another insists the Virgin Mary cured his gout after he slept in a pile of rosemary. You nod along, chewing bread that could chip enamel. That night, your dreams are strange, filled with glowing relics, floating monks, and an overwhelming scent of incense. You wake before dawn, confused but calm. You light a candle, say a short prayer, and pull on your boots. You may not be a theologian, but you're learning that belief, real or ritual, loud or quiet, holds everything together, like mortar between the stones, like the stars over a cold, creaky castle. You're up before the rooster this morning, which feels like an accomplishment until you realize it's because your blanket fell into the chamber pot. With a resigned sigh, you haul it outside and hang it over a fence, praying the wind handles the rest. You've barely brushed the hay from your hair before your next assignment is barked from across the courtyard. Accompany the lady of the manor on her hawking outing. You blink. Falconry. Right. The glamorous pastime of nobles and poets, and, apparently, extremely bored women with birds sharper than their husbands. You arrive at the stables to find Lady Eleonora already dressed in green velvet, a hunting glove on one hand and a peregrine falcon on the other. The bird eyes you the way a tax collector eyes a pile of coin. You bow. The falcon doesn't blink. You help her onto her palfrey, then follow on foot. Of course, it wouldn't do to have a lowly squire ride beside her ladyship. You trudge along the river path as the falcon glares at every passing squirrel like it owes her money. Courtly love, you've been told, is one of the pillars of knighthood. You're meant to serve noble women with loyalty and poetic admiration, though it rarely involves actual conversations, and more often means carrying ribbons or bleeding in tournaments to impress someone who may not know your name. Lady Eleonora, to her credit, seems aware of the absurdity. You look winded. Boy, she calls over her shoulder. Should I ask the falcon to fetch you a better pair of lungs? You smile. Carefully, humor from a noble is both rare and dangerous. She releases the falcon, which takes off like a feathered javelin. It climbs, circles, then dives, striking a rabbit with surgical precision. Lady Eleonora claps once, daintily. You run to retrieve the prey, resisting the urge to apologize to the rabbit. Later, as she nibbles on candied almonds under a tree, and you stand nearby, trying not to sneeze on her cloak, she sighs theatrically. Do you write poetry, Squire? You panic. Only in Latin, my lady. She smirks. Then I'll assume it's terrible. Courtly love. It turns out, is mostly about pretending things are romantic when they're actually extremely inconvenient. Writing sonnets about someone you've never spoken to. Wearing someone's colors in battle, even if they prefer gardening to knights. Historians still argue whether these customs were sincere or simply a way for people to flirt without getting excommunicated. Back at the castle, you're handed a lute and told to practice for the evening's entertainment. You've never played a lute. You've never even wanted to. You strum it once and break a string. A servant sighs so hard you feel it in your bones. You spend the next hour composing a song you pray will be short enough that no one notices the melody is just 3 notes rearranged. The lyrics include a flattering verse about Lady Eleonora's hawk, and her shoes, and a squirrel that may or may not represent virtue. You're not sure anymore. The evening gathering is mercifully small, just a few nobles, a bored minstrel, and an extremely alert falcon perched on a wooden stand. You perform your song with a smile fixed firmly in place. Lady Eleonora listens without comment. Someone claps twice. The falcon yawns. Afterwards, you're dismissed with a wave. Better than the last, Squire, she murmurs. He fainted after the second verse. Back in your chamber, you collapse onto your straw bed, lute discarded beside your boots. You stare at the ceiling and wonder if troubadours are born or just very committed liars. Your ribs still ache from the morning's hawking excursion, but something about the whole affair lingers. A strange mix of danger, poetry, and utterly ridiculous hats. You're starting to understand that courtly life isn't about romance at all. It's about ritual, about knowing how to stand, when to bow, and how to hide your yawn behind a goblet. You drift to sleep with one last thought. Next time, maybe you'll write a verse about the falcon stealing someone's wig. A pale sun creeps over the battlements as you wake to a familiar but now thrilling sound. The voice of the weapons master, calling your name, not to polish swords or carry armor this time, but to train your very own squire. You blink, sit up. Did he say that right? He did. Congratulations. You've officially graduated from being the lowest rung on the knightly ladder to supervising someone even less prepared than you were when you started, which is saying something, given that you once mistook the herald's trumpet for a drinking horn. Your squire arrives before noon. He's 12, freckled, and answers to Osbert. He wears a tunic too big, boots too small, and an expression somewhere between awe and abject terror. He bows so deeply he nearly falls over. You try to smile reassuringly, but it comes out more like a grimace. You spend the morning showing him around the manor, the stables, the kitchens, the training yard, and the secret place to nap behind the chapel where the sun hits just right. He nods earnestly at everything and takes notes on a wax tablet. At one point, he asks if dragons are real. You pause longer than necessary before answering. Then come the real tests. You hand Osbert your sword to polish. He drops it instantly. You instruct him to saddle Marjorie. He nearly gets trampled by the goose instead. You ask him to fetch water. He returns soaked. holding half a bucket and looking proud. You begin to understand why your own knight once muttered prayers under his breath whenever you entered a room. Still, you find yourself weirdly proud of the lad. He listens. He learns. And by late afternoon, he's managed to buckle your greaves correctly and only elbowed himself in the face twice. Progress. You give him a quick lesson in heraldry. This, you say, pointing to your surcoat, is our coat of arms. A goat, symbol of resilience, or indigestion, depending on who you ask. Osbert squints. Why does it look sad? Because, you reply, it's seen things. In the evening, you supervise his first weapon drill. He's given a practice sword about the length of his leg. His swings are wild, his footwork worse, and yet he persists. You correct his grip, adjust his stance, and try to ignore the old weapons master watching from the shadows like a vulture awaiting drama. Osbert finally lands a solid strike on the quintain and is immediately smacked by the rotating sandbag. He falls backwards with a grunt. You rush to help him up, but he's already laughing. Good. You sit together by the fire that night, eating thick stew and crusty bread. He asks you about your first battle, wide-eyed and eager. You recount it modestly, leaving out the part where you dropped your spear and screamed when a hedgehog ran under your horse. He listens, spellbound, chewing slowly. Later, as he curls up in his corner of the shared chamber, you hear him whisper a little prayer to be strong, brave, and not accidentally stab himself while cleaning your boots. You smile in the dark. Training a squire is a lesson in patience, but also in memory. Every mistake he makes, you've made too. Every confused look, every clumsy move, every fear, familiar echoes of your own path. And historians still argue whether the knight-squire relationship was purely hierarchical or something more like mentorship, laced with reluctant affection. You're starting to believe it's the latter. You close your eyes, already plotting tomorrow's drills, shield work, horse grooming, maybe even a basic joust if the weapons master is feeling generous or distracted. Osbert snores. The goose honks faintly outside, and for the first time, you don't feel like the castle's youngest anymore. You feel like a knight. You wake to a sharp knock on the wooden frame of your chamber door. Tournament day, someone calls. 2 words that land with the weight of a trebuchet on your chest. You throw on your best tunic. Technically, the only one not patched with wax or goose feathers, and drag Osbert along to the stables. The castle is already buzzing. Flags flutter. Merchants unpack trinkets and snacks. Spectators from nearby villages pour through the gates, their eyes wide with wonder and the occasional suspicion. Someone's brought a dancing bear. Tournaments are supposed to be glamorous. They are not. They are loud. They are muddy. They involve a great deal of waiting around, yelling, and dramatic injuries that somehow always involve groins. You're not just attending. You've been entered in the joust. It's not exactly voluntary. Sir Geoffrey volunteered you in his stead after spraining his ankle dramatically while reaching for a second chicken leg last night. You're handed your gear. Your helmet smells faintly of onions. Your lance has a suspicious splinter near the tip. Your horse, Marjorie, eyes the list field like she remembers every bad day she's ever had. The herald announces the pairings. Your opponent is a knight named Sir Odric of Marshfen, a man known less for his skill and more for his impressive collection of chin hairs. He mounts a terrifying gray charger the size of a cottage. You swallow. You and Osbert spend the next hour preparing. He straps your armor on with surprising speed, only buckling one thing backward, and hands you your lance with trembling fingers. "Do we have a plan?" he asks. "Yes," you say confidently. "Don't fall off." In the stands, people cheer. Trumpets blare. The other squires place bets that you're too far away to argue with. Marjorie snorts dramatically as you line up across from Sir Audric. The signal sounds. You lower your lance. Marjorie surges forward. The world narrows to a tunnel of color, movement, and prayer. Your opponent gallops at you like a boulder in a helmet. The lances collide with a crack like a thunderclap. And you're still on your horse. You turn in disbelief. Sir Audric is in the dirt, groaning. His helmet rolls a few feet away, revealing a forehead so pink it nearly glows. Osbert whoops. You lift your lance, triumphant, and promptly drop it. The crowd erupts. You're declared the winner. You're given a small wooden trophy, shaped vaguely like a sword, and a pouch of coin that jingles with what might be actual silver. Of course, the rest of the tournament is less victorious. You lose the melee after being tackled by a man who smelled aggressively of turnips. But that doesn't matter. The joust was the event. You made it through with dignity, mostly intact. Later, as the sun sets and the stands empty, you find yourself nursing a bruised shoulder while sharing roasted onions and ale with Osbert beside the stables. He's glowing. "That was incredible," he says. "You looked like a real knight." "I felt like a sack of laundry," you admit. "But a heroic one," he replies. The tournament ends with a firework display. A series of colored powders launched from a wooden tube by a man with singed eyebrows and questionable judgment. Children scream with delight. The old steward covers his ears and mutters about the end times. You sleep well that night, curled in your cloak, with your trophy tucked safely under your arm and a sense of pride nestled somewhere under your ribs. Historians still argue whether medieval tournaments were noble displays of knightly skill or barely contained bar fights with better outfits. You've now experienced both, and deep down, you understand something important. Bravery doesn't mean being fearless. It means climbing onto your horse anyway. Even when your lance is crooked, your knees are shaking, and a man named Audric is charging at you like a war pig in chainmail. It rains for 3 days straight. The kind of rain that soaks through every layer of wool, leaks into boots, and turns roads into soup. You and Osbert take turns wringing out your cloaks and trying not to slip on the stone steps of the keep. On the 4th day, as if summoned by your collective misery, the castle physician appears at the training yard and points directly at you. You're sick, or possibly cursed, or, as the physician puts it, imbalanced humors with likely malign vapors. You sneeze in response. You're led to the infirmary, which smells of vinegar, mint, and poorly concealed dread. The physician is already preparing leeches, which he insists are friendly. You beg for anything else. He sighs, then offers a less horrifying treatment, a syrup made of garlic, honey, and something he won't name. It tastes like betrayal and root vegetables. You're confined to bed rest, which sounds peaceful until you remember that bed means straw, and rest means a priest stops by every hour to ask about your sins. You make up a few minor ones just to get him to leave. Meanwhile, Osbert becomes your reluctant caretaker. He brings you water, soup, more water than soup, and several medicinal herbs that may or may not be weeds. He also sits nearby, trying to read aloud from a book of knightly virtues, though he stumbles over every third word. Courage is, courgette? No. Wait. You drift in and out of feverish sleep, dreaming of tournaments, talking pigs, and a goose in a crown telling you you're not cut out for knighthood. You wake in a cold sweat and make a mental note to avoid cabbage at dinner. At one point, the physician returns and insists on applying a mustard plaster to your chest. You agree, until you realize mustard here means a boiling hot poultice made from crushed seeds and lies. You survive it, barely. In the next bed, a knight recovers from a minor sword wound by drinking red wine and yelling at imaginary enemies. You bond over shared groaning. You're not alone, though. Plagues are always lurking. Just last year, an entire village was struck down by what was later blamed on spoiled eels. Historians still debate whether medieval illnesses were made worse by poor sanitation, close quarters, or the sheer number of people sneezing directly onto bread. But even in this miserable state, life continues. One morning, you're well enough to hobble outside. The air is fresh, the mud is squelchy, and your joints ache like they've been used as chair legs. You sit near the courtyard well, sipping weak broth, and listen to Osbert describe his latest disaster, knocking over an entire tray of trencher loaves, each landing butter side down. You laugh, wheeze, really, and assure him that's part of the nightly path. Later, you visit the castle's tiny apothecary to return a borrowed mortar and pestle. It's a fascinating place, filled with dried herbs, odd bones, and vials with labels like snail jelly, aged, and essence of parsnip regret. The herbalist lets you sniff a jar of camphor, and you immediately regret it. That night, you sit with Osbert by the fire. Your appetite has returned, mostly. He scraped together a supper of barley porridge and a suspicious-looking apple. You both eat in silence, then toss apple seeds into the hearth, watching them pop. You're reminded, again, how fragile life is in this world. One bad meal, one fever, one careless cough, and a promising night becomes a name on a wooden board. Yet here you are, still upright, still breathing, still chasing the absurd dream of honor and glory. You feel a tap on your shoulder. One of the kitchen boys holding a note. The steward wants to see you in the morning. Something about new duties. You groan softly. But beneath the groan is something else. A strange excitement. Because even after days of sweating, sneezing, and being gently terrorized by herbal treatments, you're ready. A knight doesn't just swing a sword. A knight endures, even if that means mustard on the chest and broth that tastes like boiled socks. Morning arrives with a knock on your chamber door and the steward's unmistakably nasal voice. Hope you like counting beans. Sir Ledger Knight. You rub your eyes. New duties. Turns out, being a knight doesn't exempt you from the less heroic responsibilities of medieval life. In fact, it seems the higher you rise, the more paperwork you inherit. Or in this case, piles of wax tablets, tally sticks, and a purse of assorted coins that smell suspiciously of pickled herring. Your assignment? Oversee the collection of manor dues, tithes, taxes, levies, and several mysterious charges referred to only as miscellaneous sheep matters. You spend the morning seated at a long table in the great hall, flanked by two bailiffs and a clerk with ink-stained fingers who blinks like an owl and sighs every time you speak. One by one, villagers arrive, placing baskets, bundles, or small animals before you with practiced resignation. First, a farmer delivers his wheat tithe, measured in armfuls and muttered curses. Then comes a widow with a jug of ale. Then a boy with 3 eggs and a guilty expression. The fourth one ran off, he whispers. You accept the offering anyway. By midday, the tally includes 4 sacks of barley, 7 cheeses, 1 suspiciously warmed, 2 ducks, a single glove, and 1 extremely confused goat tied to a stick. You try to follow the ledger, but the system is baffling. 1 unit of payment is called a mark, which doesn't correspond to any actual mark. Another is a hide, which may refer to land or something under your bed. Historians still argue whether medieval accounting was genuinely organized or just an elaborate form of social theater with bonus livestock. After lunch, bread, more barley, and a single plum. You're sent with a bailiff to inspect tenant fields. This mostly involves walking through muddy plots and nodding sternly while pointing at furrows. You don't know what you're looking for. Neither does the bailiff, but the peasants nod back, and that seems to settle it. Then it's time for a dispute. 2 tenants argue over a shared fence. One claims the fence was moved during the night. The other blames a mischievous cow. You listen gravely, nod, and suggest a compromise. Rebuild the fence and tie the cow elsewhere. They grumble, then thank you. You're not sure if you solved anything, but no one's crying, so that's probably a win. By late afternoon, your cloak is dusted with hay, your boots filled with mud, and your brain numb from grain counts and pig disputes. You sit on a barrel and watch the sun start to dip, the sky turning gold behind the rooftops. Osbert joins you, chewing an apple. How many geese do we own now? He asks. None, you reply. But I was given one anyway. He nods sagely. That's how they get you. Back in the great hall, you assist the clerk in sealing the tax records. This involves warm wax, heavy stamps, and trying not to sneeze on official documents. You manage only 1 minor wax burn, which is considered excellent form. Supper is simple: stew and soft bread, a rare treat. One of the bailiffs recounts the time a pig was recorded as a tenant by mistake and received its own harvest portion. You don't believe him, but you want to. After the meal, you sit by the hearth, reflecting. You always imagine knighthood as swordplay and glory. But this is the work behind the titles. The duty to protect, yes, but also to manage, to balance justice and grain, to keep peace among squabbling neighbors. It's not heroic, but it's necessary. And perhaps that's the heart of it all. That knighthood isn't about dazzling the crowd. It's about holding the world together with dry ink, sore feet, and the willingness to listen to a man explain, twice, why he swears the sheep are invisible. You laugh softly. Osbert hands you another apple. Tomorrow, you'll do it all again. At dawn, you're already packing. The steward's message was clear. You're to accompany a small party on pilgrimage to a distant abbey. A spiritual journey, he said. Good for reflection, he added. And the relics need guarding, he mumbled. which is probably the real reason you're going. You saddle Marjorie, who doesn't seem impressed, and tighten your travel cloak. Osbert stands nearby, his pack bulging and already making a squishing sound that suggests poor packing choices. He's coming along too, wide-eyed and humming what might be a hymn or a very slow drinking song. The pilgrimage begins with optimism and dry boots. That lasts for about an hour. The road is muddy, the wind persistent, and the company mixed. Alongside you, two monks, one cheerful, one dramatically silent. A merchant's widow who will not stop talking about her corns, and a dog that no one claims, but everyone feeds. Still, the rhythm of walking is strangely soothing. The road winds through open fields, shadowed woods, and crumbling villages. At each stop, people nod to you, some with reverence, others with curiosity. You're a knight now, visibly so, even if your surcoat is wrinkled and your boots squeak when wet. The monks lead the prayers each morning. Latin chants echo through the trees, sometimes followed by awkward silence when no one remembers the second verse. You fake it with confident humming. Osbert does too. Louder, at one roadside inn, the beds are full of straw and mystery smells. A rat the size of a chicken eyes your boots. You eat cold bread and dried figs, then fall asleep to the sounds of a bard murdering a ballad about St. Gildas and his magical goose. Day 3 brings rain. Again, you pull your hood tighter and trudge forward, thoughts turning inward. You pass shrines, some simple, some carved with astonishing detail. One features a saint who seems to be fending off demons with a spoon. You pause, light a candle, whisper something personal. Pilgrimage is, after all, not just about relics or mileage. It's about stripping away the familiar, about remembering you're part of something older, stranger, and bigger than you. Midway through the journey, you cross paths with another group of pilgrims, foreigners heading toward Santiago. Their accents are thick, their clothes bright, and one man insists his donkey is descended from royal stock. Osbert challenges him to a race. The donkey wins. Barely. At a market stop, you help guard the relic chest while the monks secure a fresh cart. A merchant tries to sell you a saint's tooth. You're skeptical. It looks like it belonged to a cow. Historians still argue how many relics were authentic and how many were just particularly marketable animal bones. Then comes the trouble. Near dusk, as you approach a small hamlet, 3 hooded figures block the path. Robbers, poorly armed but desperate. One brandishes a stick like it's a sword. The merchant's widow shrieks and throws a handful of dried peas. You dismount calmly, place yourself between the pilgrims and the threat, and draw your sword. The robbers hesitate. They're young, nervous, probably hungry. You speak, not with fury, but firmness. Offer them bread, a coin, and the chance to walk away without bleeding. They accept. The monks call it a miracle. Osbert calls it seriously cool. You call it luck, and maybe just enough steel in your voice to make them doubt their odds. Finally, you reach the abbey. Tall stone walls, bells tolling, incense drifting through the air. You kneel before the relics. Bones of a long-dead martyr, said to cure fever and fright. You leave a token, a ribbon from your first tournament. Not for luck, but thanks. The monks offer you hot broth and a straw bed that doesn't itch. You eat, pray, and sleep so deeply you dream of saints who laugh and share bread beside a fire. You return to the manor days later, road-weary but changed. Not in any grand way, no shining vision or burning sword, but quieter, clearer. Pilgrimage, you've learned, isn't about proving faith. It's about remembering humility, that even knights walk, even knights kneel, and sometimes even knights get shown up by a royal donkey. Your return to the manor is met with modest applause and a bowl of lukewarm stew. Glory, it seems, doesn't last long, especially when someone forgot to stir the pot. Osbert greets you like you've been gone a decade. Did you fight any demons? He asks, eyes wide. Only in the privies, you reply, and he looks appropriately horrified. Not long after, a rider arrives bearing news. You're to join a new campaign, a final one. The steward says, tugging his robes nervously, something about a disputed river crossing, a quarrel between minor lords, and the need for respectable banners. You're not sure which part they think you qualify for. Preparations are quick. Armor checked, sword sharpened. Osbert polishes your shield until it shines, then promptly sneezes all over it. You mount Marjorie, who seems aware that travel means trouble, and join the column of knights snaking out through the fog. The road is familiar now. The weight of your mail is no longer a novelty. It's a second skin. Around you ride men you've trained with, squabbled with, nearly been trampled by, all heading into whatever this next chapter holds. The ride is long. Days blur together. Campsites with bad fires and worse bread. You cross rivers, hills, villages where people come out to watch you pass, their faces unreadable. You're not a hero to them, just another soldier with a polished goat crest and too many onions dangling from his saddlebag. Finally, you reach the battlefield, if you can call it that. It's a damp stretch of uneven ground, flanked by low hills. Mist clings to the grass. Your captain discusses tactics in hushed tones. You mostly hear the words, flank, advance, and try not to die. The waiting is the worst part. You sit with Osbert and the other squires, checking gear, adjusting straps, pretending your hands aren't shaking. You hear a knight mutter a prayer to St. Jude, then drop his helmet in the mud. Then it begins. The horn sounds. You form ranks. You lower your visor. You breathe. You ride. The ground thunders beneath your horse. Your lance levels out. The opposing line approaches, a blur of steel and banners and determination. It all becomes instinct. You clash. You fight. You survive. Barely. You lose your lance. Draw your sword. Deflect a blow that would have opened your chest. You fall from your horse, but land on something softer than expected. Maybe a man. Maybe mud. Maybe both. You roll. Rise. Keep swinging. There's no glory in it. Just chaos. Grunts. Shouts. The clang of steel and the wet slap of boots and soaked grass. Then quiet. The enemy retreats. The field stills. You stand in the aftermath, breathing hard, covered in bruises, sword notched, one gauntlet missing. Osbert runs to you, face pale, waving your dropped helmet like a trophy. You dropped this, he pants. Thanks, you wheeze. I noticed. Back at camp, the wounded are tended, the dead are counted. You sit beside the fire, sipping something hot and possibly meat-based. No one speaks for a while, just stares into the flames. Later, a bard will write a song about today. He'll mention bravery, strategy, perhaps divine favor. He won't mention how many of you wanted to run, or how the real hero might have been the squire who kept your horse from bolting mid-charge. But you'll know. In the days that follow, the army disbands. You return home, not victorious, but alive. You hand your blood-streaked armor to the armorer with a nod. Osbert sleeps for 12 hours straight. You eat fresh bread and smile at the simplicity of it. You sit alone in the courtyard one evening, watching the stars come out, listening to the wind rustle through bare branches. You feel older, not in years, but in weight. You remember the lad who fell in pig muck his first morning, the one who thought valor would be shiny and speeches and grand banners. He didn't understand. Not yet. Now you do. Knighthood isn't glory. It's endurance. It's responsibility. It's waking up every day and putting on the armor, literal or not, and stepping into whatever waits, with as much grace as you can scrape together, even if that grace is accompanied by mud, goose bites, and deeply questionable cheese. You lie back in your straw bed, no longer scratchy, just familiar. The room is quiet now. Osbert sleeps nearby, snoring softly. Outside, the manor hums with gentle night sounds, a dog turning in its sleep, the last embers in the hearth sighing down, the rustle of wind slipping through the shutter cracks. Your muscles ache, but not unpleasantly. A reminder that you've lived a full day, a full life, really, in miniature. From page to knight, from chores to command, from clumsy first sword drills to standing, battered but breathing, at the edge of a battlefield. You think of all the small things that make up this strange, dusty world. The sound of a falcon taking flight, the rhythm of hooves on wet earth, the soft flick of a banner in a breeze, the warmth of simple bread after a cold march, the low voice of a friend beside the fire. You let it all go now. Let your breath slow. Let your eyes soften. Let the story fade, not into nothing, but into stillness, because you've done your part. You've walked the path, and now there is only quiet, gentle, honest quiet. Sleep comes not like a sudden blow, but like dusk over the hills, soft, lingering, unquestionable. The manor sleeps, so do you. We're slipping quietly into a smoky medieval cottage just before dawn to witness something surprisingly ordinary. Your birth, or rather, a birth. The rush of midwives, the hasty crossing of themselves, the anxious pacing outside. You arrive not in silence, but with squalling, steam, and a loud slap on your backside. Welcome to the world, medieval edition. You probably won't survive this, literally. But let's not worry about that just yet. You don't come into the world in a sterile white room, but in a one-room cottage where smoke from the hearth curls around the beams like it owns the place. The air is thick with the scent of boiling herbs, animal sweat, and the iron tang of blood. A goose honks angrily in the yard, offended that its day began with so much screaming. The midwife, a sharp-eyed woman with hands like bark, wraps you tight in strips of linen, swaddling you like a spring sausage. Arms down, legs together. You're snug, immobile, and absolutely furious about it. Swaddling, you'll come to learn, is standard practice. It's supposed to help your limbs grow straight, keep you warm, and prevent you from accidentally slapping yourself into a bad omen. Historians still argue whether it was genuinely protective or just medieval baby burrito cosplay. You're placed in a cradle carved from dark wood. It creaks. Everything in this room creaks. The cradle rocks gently near the fire, though sometimes it's shoved under a table or behind a door, because, as you'll soon discover, children aren't exactly the center of the universe yet. Your mother lies nearby, pale, sweating, but already rising to help with chores. There's no hospital stay, no rest, just a hushed prayer, a strong tea, and the sound of chickens trying to climb onto the windowsill. She's young. Most medieval mothers are. Possibly in her mid-teens, maybe her second or third child already. She's too tired to coo, but she strokes your cheek with a thumb, murmurs something soft in a dialect that won't be written down for centuries, and adjusts your swaddle like she's tying a knot in fate. Your father, he might be waiting outside, or at the mill, or already wondering if you're strong enough to survive. He probably won't hold you today. A woman nearby hangs a tiny charm above your cradle. It's made from twine, herbs, maybe a bit of animal bone. It's meant to keep away demons, illness, and colic, though no one's quite sure which is worse. Later, when you fuss, you're soothed not with lullabies, but with whispers of saints' names and a few rhythmic rocks of the cradle. Music is rare. Stories are whispered, not read. Everything around you is wooden, woven, or wool. The family dog lies beneath your cradle. It snores, occasionally growls at shadows, probably considers you a temporary potato. Your first days are mostly sleep and noise. Someone is always cooking, hammering, spinning, or muttering. You don't have a nursery. You share space with sacks of grain, baskets of turnips, and your uncle's mysterious boots. At night, the house dims into a blur of orange glow and flickering fire. You're placed closer to the hearth, bundled tight, head covered in a tiny cap to stop the bad air from creeping in through your fontanelle. Some nights, a rat scurries across the rafters. One night, a bat gets in. Your aunt throws a ladle at it. Misses. Hits a jug of beer. No one blinks. Still, you're alive. That's no small thing. Not in a world where winter is long. Food is uncertain, and medical care consists mostly of prayer, poultices, and occasionally putting leeches near places they should never go. Your mother dozes nearby, eyes half closed, one hand resting on your cradle. You are, in her quiet way, deeply watched, not with lavish displays or scented poems, but with hands that wrap linen, ears that flinch at your cries, a heart that already aches every time you cough in your sleep. Love in this time is quiet, practical, held together by knots and bread dough and the hope that tomorrow won't bring fever. You, small and swaddled, rock slightly in your cradle. Firelight flickers against the wall. The house breathes its slow, smoky rhythm, and you drift to sleep, just another child in a world built on other people's prayers. The morning light slants through the small window, like it's reluctant to come in. The hearth has gone to embers. The dog is missing a patch of fur. And you're hungry. Again. There's no such thing as a feeding schedule in your world. There's just crying and someone responding to it, hopefully with milk. Usually that someone is your mother. Sometimes it's not. In fact, in many medieval households, feeding the baby isn't always the mother's job. If your family has any wealth, or a higher status than goat-adjacent peasants, you might find yourself in the arms of a wet nurse, a woman who nurses other people's children for a living, often while her own are watched by someone else entirely. You're passed from breast to breast, depending on your family's needs, your mother's health, and sometimes whether she just feels like it. Harsh, maybe, but in a world where childbearing is constant and dangerous, practicality usually wins over sentiment. Still, some mothers refuse to delegate. Maybe she's one of them. She holds you close, her skin warm, her voice low. She hums something that might be a lullaby or just a rhythm to keep time with the sucking. It's not all soft-focused serenity, though. There's pain, chapped skin, exhaustion, and the near-constant fear that you're not latching properly. There's also herbal lore. Your mother keeps a pouch of dried fennel tied to her apron to keep the milk flowing, and drinks an alarming tea brewed with ale and parsley that smells like old soup. Historians still argue whether these remedies were effective or just medieval placebo served with a side of self-suggestion. If you are being fed by a wet nurse, she likely has her own opinions. She may consider your family's habits odd. She might whisper gossip about your mother's housekeeping or your father's hairline while patting your back. She's paid in coin, food, or maybe a few chickens and a promise that no one will ask too many questions. Wet nursing is a status symbol for the rich, a practical survival tool for the poor, and an emotional wedge that varies wildly depending on who's writing the letters. In some cases, children grow more attached to their wet nurses than to their own mothers, simply because proximity builds bonds. As you grow from a bundle into a blob with opinions, you begin to explore, or try to. Crawling across a medieval floor is a contact sport. You encounter splinters, crumbs, and what may or may not be a bit of rat. Your mother watches. Sometimes she scoops you up with a sigh and a kiss. Other times, she places you back in your cradle, rocks you with her foot, and goes back to kneading bread. There's affection, but it's measured, controlled. She has work to do, mouths to feed, and fingers permanently dusted with flour. You're cherished, but not hovered over, because death is close. Infant mortality is heartbreakingly high. Everyone knows someone who lost a baby, or two, or five, even in noble households. Child graves line churchyards like punctuation marks, so sometimes, yes, parents pull back, not because they don't care, but because they care so much it hurts. Attachment is complicated. It's layered with fear, with the fatigue of grief, and with the unspoken hope that maybe this one survives. Still, your mother knits you a tiny woolen cap. She adjusts it 20 times a day. She adds lavender to your cradle mattress to soothe your sleep. That's not detachment. That's quiet. Practical devotion disguised as habit. Sometimes, she holds you just a little longer after you've fallen asleep. You don't remember it, but the warmth of her hand leaves an echo somewhere deep in your bones. Your father is present. Sometimes, he peeks in after work, smells faintly of iron and sheep, and pokes your foot like it might bite him. He isn't cruel, just uncertain. He'll warm up once you stop leaking from both ends. At night, you sleep near your mother, sometimes even in the same bed. The family mattress is cramped, warm, and stuffed with everything from straw to feathers to soft regrets. fidget. She sighs. Somewhere in the dark. The rooster crows early, confused again. You dream of warmth, of milk, of the scent of bread and basil, of voices low and kind, murmuring things you won't remember, but that will shape the contours of your comfort. In the morning, the cycle begins again. Cry, feed, sleep, fidget, repeat. And in that rhythm, your first attachments are forming, subtle, stronger than they look. Whether at your mother's breast or in a stranger's arms paid by the week, you're learning the world begins with bodies, with warmth, with softness when the rest of life is cold and loud and unpredictable. You're not ignored. You're being raised with care, just the medieval version of it. You've now reached the stage of life where you can sit up on your own, sort of. Your head wobbles like a particularly indecisive turnip. Your hands grasp at everything in reach, mostly for the purpose of putting it in your mouth. And your voice has expanded into a symphony of squeals, giggles, and outrage. Your mother notices. She claps when you mimic words. She laughs when you throw things. But someone else is watching now, too. Your father. He stands in the doorway one morning, arms crossed, face unreadable. You burble happily, waving a spoon like it's a royal scepter. He squints. He nods once. Progress. Fathers in the medieval world occupy a strange space when it comes to children. They're providers, protectors, and figures of authority, but not always participants in the day-to-day mess of early parenting. If you're lucky, yours sees you as something more than a name on the family line. Still, he doesn't hold you often. He lifts you once, awkwardly, like you're a sack of cabbages with opinions. You immediately spit on his tunic. He doesn't try again for a while. You follow him with your eyes. Though, there's something fascinating about the big, booming figure who walks like he owns the floorboards. He's your father, distant but important, like the sun. You don't touch it, but you know it matters. Some fathers, especially those in noble families, delegate everything to nurses and stewards. A child is something to be managed, not doted on. But others, especially among the merchant and artisan classes, find themselves growing oddly attached in spite of themselves. Your father shows his love through action. He repairs your cradle slats with the same care he gives his tools. He places your carved rattle gently in your swaddled arms without a word. He once fetched the midwife barefoot in snow. These are gestures, not hugs, but they count. One afternoon, you manage to wobble upright and crawl toward him as he mends a harness. You fall over. He chuckles. Doesn't say much, but the next day, a new harness appears, with a tiny wooden horse carved into the buckle. For you, you'll never know for sure. But he watches you the whole time you play with it. He may not say, "I love you." No one really does. Not like that. But he asks if you're warm, checks your blanket, reminds your mother to feed you extra broth when your cheeks are pale. That's his version. Still, there's distance. Much of it's cultural. Children are fragile, and expressing attachment to someone so likely to be lost is dangerous territory for a parent's heart. Historians still argue whether this was emotional reserve or just necessary self-protection in a world where one winter could mean 3 graves. Another layer is practical. Fathers are busy. Fields need plowing. Hides need tanning. Horses need shoeing. And there's always someone who wants to borrow your tools and forgets to return them. Sometimes, your father's absence isn't by choice. Wars, pilgrimages, trade routes, they take men away for months, sometimes years. A father might return to find his child walking and talking, or never return at all. At meals, he watches you with a kind of curious detachment, like he's still not sure how you became a person. He doesn't feed you. That's your mother's job. Or your sister's, if she's old enough, but he corrects your grip when you hold your spoon backwards. A big, rough thumb guiding your fingers with surprising gentleness. In noble houses, you might be introduced to your father formally after you've proven you're going to live. He may name you himself, bestow a token, or place his hand on your head during a blessing, but he still won't change your linens. When you cry, it's not him who picks you up. When you crawl too close to the fire, it's your mother who lunges. When you finally say a word that sounds vaguely like "da," he blinks and mutters, "That can't be right." But late at night, sometimes, just sometimes, you catch a glimpse of something softer. He kneels by the hearth, back to the rest of the house, whispering a prayer, not for crops or coin, but for the boy or the girl, depending on who you are. He doesn't say your name. It's easier that way. Names get into the heart, and hearts, in the medieval world, are often better protected than doors. Still, he sharpens your toy knife alongside his real one, carries you on his shoulders one morning as a surprise, glares at the goose when it gets too close to your toes. He may not be affectionate by modern standards, but in his quiet, blunt, and occasionally bewildered way, he's learning to love you. Even if he still prefers the dog. For now, you've started walking now, or something resembling it. Mostly, you stagger from chair to goat and back again, arms out like a tipsy monk and a tendency to fall with dramatic flair. Your world has expanded from the cradle and the fire's edge to the open chaos of the house's lower half, which means one very medieval solution has entered your daily life, being tied to furniture. Yes, literally tied. Your mother loops a soft rope or strip of cloth around your waist and tethers you gently but firmly to a heavy bench leg or the doorframe beam. You're not being punished. This is childproofing, 14th century style. It's not unkind. In fact, it's surprisingly thoughtful, given how many hazards your home contains. Fireplaces, knives, boiling cauldrons, animals with unpredictable tempers, open latrine pits, not to mention the occasional visiting priest who believes loud children invite demons. So a bit of string? Not so bad. The tether keeps you safe and in view while your parents work. Your mother kneads dough on the table nearby. She glances down every few minutes, just to make sure you're not chewing the broom or trying to pet the fire. You entertain yourself with a spoon, a wooden doll, a rock that might be magic, you've decided, and the occasional crust of bread. If you're lucky, your older sibling will sit beside you and tell you a nonsense story about a mouse that lives in the wall and steals teeth. It's not the free-roaming toddlerhood you might imagine today, but it is a kind of freedom, because while you're tied, your imagination is unleashed. You jabber, sing, drool onto your shirt, and occasionally fall asleep mid-sentence. No one minds. Outside, children your age play in the dirt with sticks and pebbles, chasing chickens or drawing pictures in the dust with with charred bits of wood. But inside, under watchful eyes and twine restraints, you're doing important work, staying alive. You're not always tied up, of course. There are moments of supervised chaos. Your father lets you toddle across the field as he inspects the fencing. Your mother carries you on her hip while stirring the pottage. You even get to ride in the cart on market day, swaddled in furs and strapped tightly between baskets of onions and your aunt's increasingly nervous goose. Still, you return to the tether more often than not. And honestly, you don't seem to mind. It's warm by the fire. The bread smells good. And someone's always singing something in the next room. Whether it's a lullaby, a hymn, or just your uncle inventing a rude song about the Lord's tax collector. There's even a bit of social life. Other toddlers visit. You grunt at each other, swap rocks, and accidentally share your soup with someone else's foot. No one expects politeness at this age, just survival. Your parents check in, not with constant cooing, but with small, quiet rituals. Your mother rewraps your ankles when you're binding frays. Your father carves you a smoother teething ring when he notices your gums bleeding. Your siblings bring you snails in a box, which is either a toy or lunch, possibly both. Historians still argue whether these early years were devoid of emotion or simply less performative. After all, in a world without photographs, parenting doesn't involve documenting every burp. It's more about keeping you fed, vaguely clean, and free of open flame. Yet even within those practical parameters, love is there. It's there when your mother soaks your linen undershirt to soften it before dressing you. It's there when your father lifts you, mud-covered and triumphant, from the duck pond and only scolds you a little. It's there when your family doesn't remove the binding from the beam when you nap. They just drape a cloth over it so you'll be comfortable. And it's there when, after a day of being tied, tripped, kissed, and fed scraps under the table, you curl into a pile of wool and sigh so deeply it sounds like you've been through a war. A tiny, drool-heavy, goat-adjacent war. You've survived babyhood and wobbling. You've mastered the art of drooling while upright. You now own a single shoe. And your vocabulary consists of one saint's name, 2 farm animals, and whatever sound you make when you see cheese. Congratulations. You're officially a medieval child. Your days are busy now, though no one's calling it preschool. Instead, your education is mostly life itself. You're learning through play, imitation, and the occasional goose chase. And by chase, we mean both the literal and the emotional trauma of a goose with unresolved anger issues. You wake each morning to the smell of ash and stewed barley. Outside, the light's still blue, and someone's already feeding pigs. You slip on your tunic, wrong side out, and dash into the dirt yard with the energy of someone who's never tasted a vegetable voluntarily. Your games aren't made of bright plastic or batteries. They're made of whatever's lying around. Sticks, bones, scraps of cloth, rocks that are clearly magical, and the occasional onion that becomes a ball until someone eats it mid-game. Your friends range from other children to half-tame cats, sometimes both. You mimic the adults constantly. You pretend to grind grain with 2 stones. You shout, "Bless you," every time someone sneezes, even when it's the donkey. You baptize your doll in a puddle and declare her cleansed of worms. It's not just cute imitation, it's training. Play teaches you roles, behaviors, and expectations. You learn how to kneel properly, how to carry a pail without spilling all of it, how to bow when the steward passes, and how to duck if he throws something. Danger is never far off. You poke at the hearth with a stick. You get too close to a goat's rear end. You climb a barrel and fall into a bucket of turnips. You cry. Someone dusts you off and tells you to be more careful next time. There's no bubble wrap in this world, just a lot of wooden corners and hard-earned lessons. And yet, somehow, you keep going. Because you're resilient in that way only small children and turnip greens can be. A scraped knee today, forgotten tomorrow. A bump on the head, soothed with a cold cabbage leaf and a pat on the back. You spend hours chasing chickens and copying your older siblings. They teach you songs, half remembered, half invented. You believe everyone, especially the one about the giant who eats socks. There's mischief, of course. You steal berries from the kitchen garden. You draw rude symbols in the dust behind the chapel. You are, for a time, suspected in the disappearance of a spoon that was last seen near your pig-shaped treasure hole. The truth will never be known. Your mother watches from the doorway, arms folded, eyes narrowing slightly each time you get too close to the well. She doesn't hover, but she's always nearby, always aware. A hawk in an apron. Your father says less. But one evening, you show him how you can carry a little basket without spilling it. He grunts once, then gives you his half-eaten apple. In medieval parenting, that's basically a standing ovation. Sometimes, play turns into helping. You carry a small bucket of water. You hand your sister a clean cloth. You sweep a corner of the floor, badly, and are rewarded with a hunk of hard bread and a proud pat on the head. Historians still debate how much freedom children really had to play. Some argue they were miniature adults expected to contribute early. Others believe that before formal labor began, there was a golden sliver of childhood full of laughter and chicken chasing. The truth is, likely somewhere in the muddy middle. You do chores, but you also climb trees. You learn to tie knots, then use those knots to trap your cousin's foot. You are scolded. You laugh. You are told you'll be a lawyer someday. Your toys are crude but cherished. A wooden horse with one leg missing. A cloth doll stuffed with hay. A spinning top carved from an old spoon handle. Each one carries a story. Each one, if lost, earns a real tear and an exaggerated search party. At night, exhausted from running, laughing, and almost falling into something dangerous again, you collapse into your straw pile and dream of saints, goats, and whatever your sister whispered about the moon. Your parents talk softly by the fire. Your mother asks how many times you tripped. Your father mutters something about the chicken. They smile. They're watching. They're proud. They don't always say it, but it's there. In the way they save the last plum for you. In the way they retie your tunic string after you've yanked it off for the 10th time. In the way they let you play one more game before dark, even though they know you'll fall asleep in your soup. This is love. Loud, dirty, muddy-kneed, wood smoke-scented love. You've entered what medieval people might call the dangerous years. You're no longer a helpless infant, but you're still small, fragile, and, if we're being honest, at least 70% snot. And the world is full of invisible threats, fevers, chills, poxes, rashes, stomach demons. Yes, really. and something called teething fever, which basically means everyone panics when you drool too much. You wake one morning with flushed cheeks and a runny nose. Your mother frowns. Your father raises an eyebrow. The midwife is summoned, not with sirens, but with a neighbor shouting across fields. "He's sweating again!" The midwife arrives with a bag of tools, herbs, and opinions. She pokes your tongue, sniffs your forehead, and declares that your humors are misbehaving. This is medieval medicine. Less science, more personality. She recommends garlic poultices. You smell like a salad within the hour. If your fever gets worse, they might call the healer, a man who mixes dried lizard tail with vinegar and insists you wear a charm made of sheep's wool and 3 peas tied in linen. It doesn't work, but the peas are comforting. Then comes the prayers. Your mother lights a candle to Saint Margaret, patroness of childbirth, and, by emotional extension, children who make it out alive. Your father makes the sign of the cross on your blanket. Your grandmother mutters Latin phrases she may or may not remember correctly. If the illness lingers, a priest visits. He brings incense, which makes you sneeze, and holy water, which you splash onto the cat. The cat takes this personally. You are confined to your straw bed, covered in blankets, fed weak broth and teas that taste like boiled garden. Sometimes someone sings to you. Sometimes you just lie there, feverish and blinking at the ceiling beams, which start to look suspiciously like faces. Illness is part of life. You've seen it before. Your siblings, cousins, friends in the village. Sometimes they recover. Sometimes they don't. Death is not hidden in this world. It's not sanitized. It's not passed away or whispered behind closed doors. It's part of the rhythm. A shadow that moves through homes with boots made of fog and silence. But that doesn't mean no one cares. Your mother doesn't leave your side. She places cool cloths on your forehead, brushes your hair with a wooden comb, murmurs things into your ear you don't understand. Maybe she's bargaining with God. Maybe she's just trying to remind herself of your voice. Your father, once so distant, stands in the doorway. Just stands, watching, hands clenched, not speaking, but there. Historians still argue whether medieval parents grew attached to their children, knowing how likely loss could be. Some point to sparse records, minimal grave markings, or the practice of reusing names after a child's death as evidence of detachment. Others argue that love simply took different forms, quieter, sturdier, less obsessed with mementos, and more focused on the fragile now. After 2 days, your fever breaks. You wake sweaty, weak, and ravenous. You ask for bread. Your mother bursts into tears while cutting it. She says it's the onions. Later that week, a neighbor loses a child. The family goes silent. A black cloth appears in the chapel. You don't fully understand what happened, but your mother makes you wear a charm of red thread and whispers, "We're lucky," every night before bed. The village believes in balance, in signs, in curses and cures, saints and stars. If one child dies, another is blessed. If you recover, it means a debt was paid, spiritually or otherwise. A chicken might be sacrificed, a pilgrimage promised. You, unaware of the cosmic paperwork just filed in your name, Go back to poking puddles with sticks and chasing the cat. But your mother watches you differently now. She holds you a little longer when you fall asleep. Your father carves a tiny cross into the wood above your cradle, barely visible, but it's there. A protection, a prayer, maybe an apology. Illness leaves its mark, not just in the body, but in the breath between two heartbeats when a parent wonders, what if you survive this time? And as your strength returns, so does their attention, their hope, their cautious, quiet joy. You learn to laugh again, to dance with one shoe, to shout, "Look," every time a chicken does something mildly interesting. And though they may never say the words, your parents are filled with a love that's grown in the shadow of fear, the kind of love that brews herbal tea all night, even if no one drinks it. The kind that sharpens knives in silence, not because of danger, but to make tomorrow feel more solid. The kind that believes in you, even when they won't admit it aloud, because admitting it would make the fear too real. You are loved, in garlic and prayers, and badly drawn St. Margaret's tacked to the wall with twine. You're better now, healthy, loud, and just old enough to start giving your siblings headaches, which, of course, means you're thriving. Your house is rarely quiet these days. It echoes with footsteps, laughter, arguments, and the occasional crash when someone knocks over the pickling jar. You're part of a busy, layered household now, one where children multiply like goats and responsibilities are shuffled like uneven loaves of bread. And with all those kids under one roof, things get complicated. You and your siblings don't just share chores and food, you share clothes, beds, secrets, suspicions, and, occasionally, lice. One day, you're sneaking dried apples together. The next, you're fighting over who gets the least stained blanket. Your older brother is your hero and your nemesis. He teaches you to whistle, then blames you when you do it during Mass. He pretends to be a knight and makes you the horse, then the squire, then the dragon, always the dragon. Your older sister, she's the unofficial third parent. She wipes your nose, braids your hair, slaps your hand when you touch the butter too early. She knows every corner of the house where you can hide and every lie you're bad at telling. She scolds you like a mother, but one who's barely taller than you. Your younger siblings, if you have them, are sticky, loud, and utterly unreasonable. You love them anyway. Sometimes, together, you form a pack, a small, semi-feral gang of medieval chaos, surviving on scraps and songs, backyard battles, and the occasional, very real danger of falling into the well. And your parents? They mostly hope you'll settle your arguments without bloodshed. Sibling rivalry is nothing new. You all fight, over spoons, over who gets to sit by the fire, over who borrowed the good tunic and got it full of goose feathers. There's wrestling, shrieking, a little biting, mostly the youngest, and many impassioned appeals to whoever happens to be closest and taller. But love is there, hiding in the cracks. When you trip and scrape your knee, your brother tells you not to cry, and then gives you the good bit of bread from his bowl. When your sister gets a scolding for something you did, she glares at you all day, but still helps wash your tunic that night. When one of you falls ill, the others fall silent. And when someone doesn't wake up one morning, a cousin, a twin, a neighbor child, you all grow quiet for longer. You don't say much, But you notice the empty stool, the quiet spot by the hearth, the bowl that goes untouched. Your parents don't speak of it often. Grief here is private. Siblings are not shielded from death, but you are taught to keep going, to carry their name in prayer, to step up and do their chores without complaint. Even though your small hands can barely manage the bucket, historians still debate how children processed grief in medieval households. Some believe it was accepted quickly and moved past swiftly, out of necessity. Others believe it was deeply felt, if rarely spoken aloud. The truth, like most things, is probably both. You remember your lost sibling when you hear their favorite song, when the sun hits the bench where they used to sit, when your sister ties an extra ribbon on the church lantern and won't say why. You miss them in ways too big for words, but the living keep moving. And soon, your sibling group grows again. Another baby appears, squirming and pink and loud. You're old enough now to be helpful. You fetch cloths, warm bottles of milk, whisper songs, and protect the cradle from the cat. You're proud. A new child means more chaos, but also more love. You begin to understand the strange, layered nature of medieval family life. The mixture of closeness and distance, survival and sentiment, rivalry and protection. You can fight like saints and sinners, but the minute someone else threatens one of your siblings, even if it's just the goose, you become a united front. Your parents notice. They watch the way you slip your bread crust to the littlest one, the way you mimic your father's sigh when you help the younger ones wash, the way you shoulder more than your share, even if you complain the whole time. They may not say, "I'm proud of you," but they let you stay up a little later by the fire. They hand you the bigger spoon at dinner. Your mother mends your tunic before anyone else's. They know. And one evening, as you lie beside your sister in the loft, staring up at the beams and the stars peeking through the thatch, she whispers, "Don't tell anyone, but I'd miss you if you got eaten by a bear." You smile. Say nothing, because that's how siblings love in this world, with stolen berries, shared scoldings, and the occasional bear reference. You're 7 now, maybe 8, depending on whether anyone's been keeping count properly, and your world has already seen more loss than some people will face in a lifetime, because today, another child is gone. You wake to the sound of hushed voices, the smell of boiled sage, and your mother's footsteps moving too softly. She's in the corner, sitting beside a cradle that doesn't rock anymore. Her hands are folded, her shoulders are still. You don't need anyone to explain it. You just know. Your younger brother, barely a year old, named after an uncle no one liked, has slipped away in the night. No cries, no fever, just gone. Wrapped now in linen, eyes closed, fingers curled, you creep to the edge of the room, unsure. Your father stands nearby, arms crossed, mouth set. He doesn't cry. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But he doesn't move from that spot all morning. No wailing. No tearing of clothes. The grief here is quieter, like rain that doesn't stop, but never floods. It sinks into everything. Your blanket, your bread, the corners of the hearth. Historians still debate whether medieval parents grieved deeply or simply moved on quickly out of necessity. Infant mortality was staggering. Sometimes 5 out of 6 children gone before adulthood. Did families become numb? Or did they carry silent heartbreaks that never left their bones? In your house, The answer is somewhere in the shadows. Your mother doesn't speak for most of the day. She kneels by the tiny bundle, occasionally adjusting the cloth, as if she's not quite ready to believe it. Then she stands, wipes her hands, and returns to kneading dough. The bread will be kneaded later. No funeral like the ones you imagine today. There's a short ceremony, Latin murmured by the priest, a small procession to the churchyard, and a grave marked not with marble, but with a wooden cross carved quickly before dusk. Your father does not carry the body. He helps dig. Your sister holds your hand the entire time, her grip tighter than usual. You don't speak. The ground swallows the bundle. The priest throws a little earth and mutters about heaven. The wind howls once and then forgets. When you return home, everything feels oddly normal. Chores resume. The hens still need feeding. The goat is unimpressed by your family's sorrow and demands attention in the usual screechy fashion. The pot still boils. The fire still crackles. But there are changes. Subtle. Your mother moves more slowly. She touches your forehead more often, even when you're not sick. She hums while she works, but the tune is different, slower, older, and filled with gaps. Your father sharpens tools at dusk instead of morning. He's more careful, less loud. At night, no one uses the cradle. It remains in the corner, half covered with a cloth, like a story no one finishes. You begin to understand something profound. In this time, grief is not something people fight. It's something they carry. Your mother may not speak of him, but she keeps a scrap of his blanket in her apron pocket. You see her hold it once, gently, when she thinks no one's looking. Your father adds another cross to the chapel wall. No names, just marks. You are not told to be brave. You are not told to get over it. You are simply expected to continue, because continuing is how people here show love. It's how they honor the ones they lose. A few weeks later, your sister falls ill. Everyone tenses. Even the animals seem quieter. But this time, she recovers. Slowly, surely. The house breathes again. Your mother lights a candle. Your father fixes the broken latch on the door. The cradle is finally tucked away. One evening, long after bedtime, you hear your mother whisper to your father, "I didn't love him less. I just didn't let myself hope." And your father, his voice rougher than usual, replies, "You hoped anyway." Grief, in this world, is never dramatic, but it's woven into the walls like smoke. It lingers in the lullabies, in the way your mother counts you each morning without speaking, in the way your father carries you across puddles now instead of letting you walk. You don't talk about your brother much, but you think of him. When you pass the churchyard, when you see your mother hold the neighbor's baby a little too long, when the cat curls up in the old cradle one morning and no one shoos it away. This isn't detachment, it's survival. And beneath it, always, love. Love that aches more than it shows. Some time passes. The rhythm of the house resumes. Kneading, mending, sweeping, sighing. Life doesn't pause, even when someone's missing. Your parents grow quieter in some ways, but louder in others. They call your name more often. They check your hands, your cheeks, your breath when you sleep. You can tell they're listening for something only they can hear. The absence of noise that should be there. And then one morning, your mother wakes you with an announcement. You have a namesake now. You blink. But I'm me. Yes, she says, tying her hair back with practiced haste. And so is he. It turns out, your baby brother, born last night while you were half asleep and dreaming about plum tarts, has been named after you. Or rather, after the sibling you lost. The one you still think about when the wind blows from the east and the dog sleeps in the wrong spot. Recycling names was a common medieval practice, especially for children who died young. It was seen as a way of honoring the departed, of keeping a name alive like a candle passed from hand to hand. Some scholars believe it was practical, a way to reuse baptismal records or family expectations. Others think it was emotional, a quiet form of resurrection. In your house, it's both. This new baby wears a hand-me-down bonnet and sleeps in the same cradle, freshly scrubbed and repainted with a symbol of St. Nicholas scratched lightly into one leg. You watch him twitch in his sleep and wonder if he'll be like the last one. Your mother watches too, but not as closely. She feeds him, sings to him, swaddles him, but there's a softness to it now. Not detachment exactly, more like distance made by memory. Like she's guarding her own heart until she's sure this little one will stay. Your father doesn't say much, but you notice him carving a new spoon, smaller than usual. You've seen that look before? When the child fusses, everyone tenses. When he smiles, your sister cries. No one mentions the other one, not out loud. The new baby shares more than a name. He gets the same clothes, the same rattle, the same cradle song. You wonder if he'll get the same fate. You wonder if that's what your parents think about every time he sneezes. Naming and remembering are complicated in this world. If you were born after a sibling's death, you might inherit their name, their shoes, even their future. Some children grow up knowing they were the replacement. Some thrive under it. Others are haunted by it. But not you. Not now. You're old enough to remember what came before, and young enough to believe you can protect what's next. You help rock the cradle when your mother's busy. You fetch cloths. You whisper promises to the baby when no one's listening. I'll keep you warm. I'll tell you stories. I'll never let the goose near you. And he listens, or at least doesn't protest. You ask your mother once if she named him again because she missed the other one. She doesn't answer, just ties a ribbon around the cradle post and says, "Sometimes, names are like bridges." Later, you learn that not every lost child gets remembered this way. Some graves remain unmarked. Some names are never spoken again. Some families let the past fade like breath on cold glass. But your family, you build bridges. You carve names into wood. You whisper them into lullabies, even if no one sings along. As the baby grows, he becomes himself. He laughs differently, sleeps with one foot kicked out from the blanket, bites things the other one never noticed. You stop thinking of him as a shadow and start thinking of him as your brother. Your mother loosens, little by little. One morning, you catch her dancing him around the yard, barefoot in the dew. He gurgles. She smiles. The sun shines. The dog barks. It's enough to make you think maybe, the world is generous sometimes. And in the background, your father sharpens a spade, not out of fear, out of preparation. Because here, love and loss live side by side. But so do names and new beginnings. You're older now, gangly, quick, and capable of stringing 5 whole words together without stuttering or falling in a ditch. Which means it's time to learn. Not just how to keep chickens out of the grain, but how to function in a world built on customs, hierarchy, and the subtle art of not insulting your neighbor's pig. And most of your lessons come from your mother. She teaches you how to kneel properly during prayers, how to eat with your mouth mostly shut, and how to dip your head when you pass the steward, even if you think he smells like old vinegar. She explains when to speak, when to listen, and when to pretend you didn't hear what your uncle just said. From her, you learn rhythm and order, the cadence of the week, washing days, fasting days, feast days, the names of saints, the small gestures that keep your family woven into the larger fabric of the village. She teaches by doing. You watch her bake, mend, barter, discipline, sing, and sweep, all while carrying a child on one hip and holding a lit candle in the other. Her hands never stop. Her voice never raises. When she tells you to sit still, you sit still, partly from respect, partly from fear of whatever she can do with that soup ladle. You also learn from her how to speak gently when someone is sad, how to lay herbs on a wound, and how to fold linens in a way that keeps the spiders out. These are not schoolhouse lessons, but they stick. You carry them with you long after you've outgrown the house. Your father teaches too, but differently. His lessons are quieter, less structured. He shows you how to check a fence line, how to turn a spade properly, how to judge a man by how he holds a tool or a prayer. He doesn't offer commentary, just nods when you do something right and grunts when you don't. Sometimes, he calls you over during repairs, hands you a hammer, doesn't explain, just watches. You hit your thumb, twice. He chuckles, not meanly. You help him bury a broken plow tooth one afternoon. Bad luck to throw it out, he says. Better to return it to the earth. You don't ask questions, but you remember. Fathers in this world often remain distant, not out of coldness, but habit. Their love is in actions, not affirmations. If they make something for you, a wooden bowl, a carved token, a small knife, they don't announce it. They just leave it where you'll find it and walk away. Historians still debate whether medieval fathers were emotionally engaged or simply symbolic figures of discipline. Some letters show affection. Others offer only instructions. The truth depends on the family, the century, and the man. But the divide is often there. The mother shapes your days. The father shapes your boundaries. Your mother tells you how to bless your food. Your father tells you when to stop eating. Your mother says, be kind. Your father says, be ready. Your mother teaches you to serve. Your father teaches you to survive. Neither approach is better, but together, they create the scaffolding you grow on, the invisible structure behind the way you greet strangers, avoid fights, and know exactly how many apples you're allowed to take before someone starts looking at you sideways. And it's not just your parents, other women, your aunts, your older sisters, the midwife who sometimes appears just to scold you, all contribute. They correct your posture. They whisper warnings. They raise eyebrows with enough force to stop a brawl. You absorb it all, and gradually, you begin to teach others. Your younger siblings look up to you now. They follow you around the yard. mimic your every move. Repeat your mistakes with alarming enthusiasm. You catch yourself repeating your mother's phrases, your father's tone. When the youngest burns their tongue on the stew, you reach for the cold cloth before your mother even stands. You're becoming part of the cycle. Knowledge isn't passed with books or scrolls. It's baked into chores, whispered into ears, folded into blankets. It travels in habits, stories, and small corrections, gently given, stubbornly remembered. One afternoon, your father calls you over with a rare smile. "Come, I'll show you something." You walk with him out to the hedgerow. He digs gently with a spade and uncovers a patch of wild garlic. He says nothing, just hands you a clump, then nods. That night, your mother sprinkles it into the stew. You don't say a word, but you watch your father take the first bite, pause, and give you a single approving nod across the table. It's not a medal. It's better. The village is small, just a handful of thatched roofs nestled beside the road like a cluster of sleepy mushrooms. But to you, it feels vast. Every path holds a story, every neighbor an opinion, and every adult a second pair of eyes reporting back to your mother. Because here, the village helps raise you, and also absolutely tattles on you. You learn this the hard way when you kick over a bucket near the miller's shed and tell your sister it was St. George's will. By supper, your mother already knows. She doesn't scold you loudly. She just serves your stew with a little less salt and a slightly longer silence. You get the message. Growing up, medieval means you don't just belong to your family. You belong to everyone. The woman who sells herbs from her garden might grab your ear if she sees you teasing the goose again. The old man with the wooden leg will tell you stories of giants and tell your father if he sees you skipping mass. There is, you'll come to understand, no such thing as anonymity. The upside? You are protected. If you go missing for more than an hour, 3 households form a search party. If you scrape your knee, someone wraps it before you even get home. If your mother is sick, you eat stew at your aunt's place, and she makes you pray twice as long before bed, just in case. You live in a web of quiet obligations and constant watchfulness. There's safety in it, and also no privacy. You help the village midwife fetch water. She quizzes you on saints' days and tells you how the moon affects your future digestion. You help the cooper's wife hang linens. She adjusts your hem and mutters about growth spurts like you're a garden weed. These aren't your parents, but they shape you just the same. They pass down sayings, rules, and questionable remedies. Don't whistle near cows. They'll forget how to give milk. If you see a blackbird after dark, it's your grandmother checking in. Never wear green on Fridays. You do as they say, because they speak with the same authority as your mother, sometimes more. The church looms large in your upbringing, both literally and spiritually. The priest knows your name, your family's sins, and how often you nap during sermons. You light candles every week, not because you're particularly devout yet, but because your sister says, if you don't, your toes will fall off in your sleep. You believe her. And yet, even with all these guiding hands, you start to see something else. Expectations. You're known here, not just as a child, but as that child, the one who sings too loudly, or helps their mother carry the basket, or stares at the carved saints too long, like they're about to blink. The village watches you grow, which means it also starts predicting you. She'll be a spinner like her mother. He's got his uncle's way with animals. That one's always thinking too hard. He'll be a monk. Sometimes the labels feel like comfort. Other times, like traps. You begin to notice the difference between what your family teaches you and what the village assumes you should be. Your mother tells you to be kind. The baker tells you to be tough. Your father tells you to be strong. The priest tells you to be quiet. The woman who tends bees says, "Speak your truth." Your uncle says, "Not with that face." It's confusing. It's conflicting. But it's also the beginning of independence. Because slowly, you start to choose whose words feel true. You start to question, just a little, carefully. You still bow, still nod, still sweep the path when told. But you start sweeping your own way. One afternoon, you correct the steward's son during a game. He glares. "Who told you that?" You hesitate, then say, "Myself." It's small. No one else notices. But you do. You're still a child, still shaped by this net of neighbors, rules, rituals. But you're learning that love and expectation can walk side by side. And sometimes, love means giving you space to trip. One night, by the fire, your mother says, "The village sees you, but I see more." She doesn't explain. She doesn't need to, because in that moment, you realize something that will stay with you forever. You are being raised by many hands, but you are slowly becoming your own. The morning is cool and full of smoke. Your satchel is packed, your best tunic dusted, and your stomach is tying little knots that not even your mother's porridge can undo. Today, you're leaving. You're being sent away, not as punishment, but as tradition. You're old enough now to begin your training elsewhere. It might be a lord's manor, a monastery, or another household where you'll serve, learn, grow, and, ideally, not set anything on fire. Your parents say little at breakfast, not out of coldness, but because words can't quite hold what they feel. Your mother straightens your collar 3 times. Your father pats your shoulder like he's checking for loose bricks. Your sister packs a cloth bundle of dried apples into your bag. She says they're for the road, but you both know you'll eat half of them by midday. This is how medieval children grow up, not just in the home, but out of it. Many children leave between ages 7 and 10 to become apprentices, pages, or novices. Historians point to this as a sign that emotional detachment was common, but others argue it was simply a different expression of love, one that prepared, not clung. You hug your siblings. You pet the dog. You try not to look too hard at the cradle now used for storage. Then your father gives you something, a carved token. It's small, warm from his hand, and shaped like a leaf. You don't ask why. You just nod. That's how men say goodbye here. The road out of the village is muddy and rutted, but the air smells of wet earth and wood smoke. Your guide, an older cousin or neighbor, leads you with a steady pace. They talk, occasionally, about what you'll do. Fetch water, clean tack, learn to bow, serve at table, maybe get yelled at by someone very fancy in a robe. But mostly, they just let you walk. You pass the chapel, the mill, the old willow by the stream. You see familiar faces, some wave, Some nod. One child makes a face at you behind their mother's back. You return it, solemnly. This is how bonds are sealed. You arrive at the manor or abbey by evening, legs aching, bag heavier than it should be. You're greeted by someone who doesn't smile, but doesn't frown either. They show you to your sleeping space, likely a loft or straw pallet in a shared room with other children who all glance up, assess you silently, and go back to what they were doing. You unpack slowly. You place the carved leaf under your blanket. You eat supper in silence. Then you sleep. That first night is harder than you expected. Not because you're afraid. Not exactly. But because you've never had so much space between you and your mother's voice. Back home, your parents sit by the fire. Your mother folds your tunic, the spare one. She doesn't cry. Not until later, when the fire has burned low. Your father stands outside for a long time, looking at the stars. He doesn't say anything, but he touches the empty hook where your satchel used to hang. In your new life, you rise early, eat quickly, work hard. You learn how to address nobility, how to avoid offending the steward, how to sweep a corridor without starting a political incident. You learn how to fail quietly, how to listen, how to wait your turn. Letters are rare, visits even rarer. Your mother might send a parcel now and then, herbs, dried fruits, maybe a scrap of fabric from home. She doesn't write much. Maybe she doesn't know how. But the parcel says more than a letter ever could. Your father sends nothing. But once, your new master hands you a bundle wrapped in plain cloth, a small wooden spoon with a carved handle. You trace the pattern. It matches the leaf in your pocket. Historians often debate how emotionally close medieval parents were to their children once they left the home. The evidence is sparse, but sometimes a surviving note or gift reveals a thread of tenderness running quietly beneath the hard expectations. Your parents miss you. They just won't say it. They'll show it in practical things. The packet of salt they traded for, so your food won't taste too strange. The extra prayers whispered over your name each week. The repairs they make to your old boots, just in case you come home. And you miss them in the same way. You hum your mother's kitchen songs when you're nervous. You tie your tunic string the way your sister showed you. You keep your father's leaf in your satchel, even when the corners wear smooth. In time, you grow used to your new world. You earn trust. You grow taller. Your voice deepens. But you never forget how you got here. You were raised in a room full of bread flour and whispered warnings, a yard of goose feathers and wood smoke, a family that rarely said, "I love you," but lived it every single day. And even now, as you wipe your hands on your apron and prepare to serve a stranger's supper, you feel their love pressed into every step of your journey. Like fingerprints on wet clay, the seasons roll past. Your hands grow stronger, your voice steadier, and slowly, you settle into your place in this new household. No longer the outsider with muddy boots, but someone known, someone trusted enough to be scolded without ceremony. But still, home lingers, and sometimes, just sometimes, it reaches across the distance. A letter arrives. It's not on fancy parchment, just a scrap of worn paper, folded clumsily and sealed with wax that looks like it was pinched from a candle mid-melting. The handwriting is uneven. Certain words are squished, others too tall. But it's your sister's. You'd recognize it anywhere. Inside, news. The baby is walking. The goat finally calved. Your uncle tried to build a new chicken roost and was, quote, defeated by the chickens. There's a scribbled drawing of a cat with an alarming number of legs. It's perfect. At the bottom, your mother has written 2 lines. We think of you every day. Keep warm. Eat well. Pray harder. It's not, we miss you. It's not, we love you. But in her language, it's the same. Your father doesn't write, but a few weeks later, a bundle arrives, tucked inside, a leather cord bracelet, braided and fastened with a bone button. The bone is carved faintly with a pattern that matches the leaf token you still keep wrapped in cloth at the bottom of your satchel. He made it. You know that instantly. He didn't write your name. He didn't have to. These tokens, letters, small objects, practical gifts, are how love travels across distance in the medieval world. Not with grand declarations, but with dried herbs for an upset stomach. With a pair of socks patched 3 times. With an extra crust of fruit bread, carefully wrapped in linen and labeled for after fasting. Historians who dig through old inventories and wills often find small items left to children. Spoons, rings, religious medals, not always valuable, but personal, carried, worn thin by touch. These, more than words, show attachment, quiet, habitual, constant. You begin to send things back. A letter scratched out by candlelight, filled with your new script, crooked but proud, a pressed sprig of rosemary from the garden you helped till, a folded drawing of a manor dog, looking suspiciously like your own from home, labeled, not a wolf, do not worry. And once, when someone from your village passes through, you send a loaf of honey bread you helped bake. You wrap it in cloth and whisper, tell my mother it tastes like hers. The traveler nods. You wonder if they'll remember. You learn that in this world, affection doesn't always come with hugs or tearful goodbyes. Sometimes it's in how your master nods after you muck a stall without being told, or how your fellow servant leaves the corner spot by the fire for you when your boots are wet. And sometimes it's how your parents remember you, even when they're not supposed to show it. Back home, your mother keeps your first wooden spoon in a jar. She says it's to stir paint, but no one's painted anything in months. Your father sits by the fire and carves another leaf. Not for you this time, but because his hands remember the shape. One evening, you write a longer letter. You talk about your chores, your small victories, the feast day where you got to ring the bell. You add a question. Do you miss me? You don't expect an answer. But weeks later, a bundle arrives. No note, just a folded shirt, freshly sewn, your size, inside the collar, stitched so faintly it's almost invisible. We always do. You carry that shirt with you for months. Not because it's the best, because it's the closest thing you've had to a full sentence from your father in years. That's the truth of it. Your parents do miss you. They just send that feeling in packets, parcels, objects, and small gestures that hold more meaning than 100 words. And you learn to send love the same way, wrapped in bread, tucked in leaves, carried home by wind, memory, and the faithful routine of people who never say much, but never forget you. There's a moment, quiet and unremarkable, when you realize something has changed. You're back in your village, standing in your parents' doorway, and instead of being the child underfoot, You're now tall, taller than your sister, almost eye level with your father. The same walls, same hearth, same uneven step in the floor. But the house feels smaller somehow. Your mother smiles when she sees you. Not wide, not teary, but real. She opens her arms, then closes them just as quickly, brushing imaginary dust from your cloak. Your father nods once. "You've grown," he says, which is basically a love poem in his dialect. You're home for a visit, perhaps between apprenticeships, or before your own household begins. And now, you start to see your parents not just as looming figures of childhood, but as people, tired, capable, occasionally hilarious in ways they absolutely do not intend. Your mother still speaks in maxims. God helps those who help themselves. Boil rosemary if the weather's mean. Eat before you argue. Your father has begun to grunt more than he talks. But now you hear the meaning inside each one. The upward grunt means well done. The downward grunt means fix it. The sideways grunt means your uncle's here again. You realize they worry. More than you thought. You find their stash of keepsakes, tokens you sent, folded drawings, the broken bracelet you made as a joke. None of it was thrown away. All of it tucked in a box beneath your mother's sewing basket. One evening, sitting at the hearth, your sister asks what you remember of growing up. You pause. It's not a list of grand moments. It's the small things, the smell of bread rising, the scrape of your father's knife on wood, the way your mother's hands never stopped moving, even when she was listening, the feeling of being known, even without being spoken to. You glance at your parents, your father's nodding off, your mother's darning socks in a rhythm that's older than the house. They don't look like they're carrying regret. But you wonder? Historians sometimes suggest that medieval parents didn't feel guilt the way we think of it today. There was no parenting manual, no concept of quality time. Love was measured in labor, not leisure. You fed your children, clothed them, prayed for them. That was enough. And yet, you see it now. In the moments they pause before answering. In the way your mother lingers over the baby's name she never reused. In the way your father occasionally looks past you, like he's counting how many you were and how many stayed. Do they wonder if they were too strict? Too quiet? Too tired? Maybe. Maybe not. But you do hear the softness now. The phrases they didn't say when you were little because they didn't have the words, or maybe thought you wouldn't understand. You were always a light, your mother says once, when she thinks you're asleep. Your father says, you didn't make it easy, but you made it worth it. You pretend to be asleep, because if you open your eyes, the moment might vanish. Later, while helping your mother hang linens, you ask her if she ever wished she had more time for herself. She laughs, a short, real laugh. No, she says, I only ever wished for more time with you. It's not poetic, but it cracks something open in your chest. You realize medieval parents didn't lack love. They simply had to fold it into everything else. Bread, chores, discipline, rituals. They had to weave it in so tightly that it didn't look like love from the outside. But now that you've grown, you see it in every thread. And maybe, just maybe, they hoped you would. That night, You carve something quietly by the fire, a spoon, just like the one your father once made for you. When you finish, you place it in the basket by your mother's sewing things. No note. She'll know. The air inside the house is cooler now. The fire burns lower. Outside, dusk settles across the fields in long, lazy shadows. You're home again, older, perhaps preparing to leave for good this time, or maybe just visiting between chapters of your life. But either way, this visit feels different. You no longer belong entirely to this place, and yet you're stitched into it, woven into the wood grain of the bench, the squeaky floorboard by the door, the notch on the threshold that matches the top of your head at age 6. Your parents are older, too. You notice it now. Your mother's hands shake slightly when she threads her needle. Your father sits more often than he stands, and when he does stand, it takes him just a little longer. He pretends not to notice you noticing. You sit with them at the table, just like you always did. Same cups, same bowls, same rhythm to the way they chew. Measured and efficient, like everything else they do. And even though the stew is thinner than you remember, and the bread crumbles a little more than it should, you've never tasted anything more comforting. The conversation flows in familiar channels. The neighbor's cow, the weather, the newest baby born in the village. Nothing grand, nothing monumental, but it's the kind of talk that says, we are still here. And then, after supper, something unexpected. Your father asks for help. It's a small thing, fixing a latch, something he could have done alone a decade ago. But he asks you, and when you finish, he rests a hand on your shoulder. Not long, not dramatic, but with more weight than you remember, more meaning. Your mother watches from across the room. She's knitting again, though the yarn keeps slipping through her fingers. She mutters that she's losing her grip, and you both pretend she means the yarn. Later that night, you find her standing near the cradle. Yes, it's still here, still tucked in the corner, now holding folded linens and a few small things that no one's used in years. She touches the edge gently, runs her hand along the worn wood. She doesn't speak. You don't either. But in the silence, you both remember. Not all the names, not all the faces, but the weight of having loved so many, some who stayed, some who went, some whose names were reused, some who are spoken of only when the wind is right. You realize that being a parent in this world means carrying memory as much as it means carrying water or firewood. It means remembering the weight of your child's body and the sound of their voice, especially when they're no longer there to make it. You help her fold the linens. She doesn't thank you. She never had to. Outside, the stars begin to appear. The same constellations you memorized as a child. You sit on the doorstep beside your father, passing a small flask back and forth. Neither of you speaks for a long while. And then he says, "You turned out well." It's not much. It's not the speech you once imagined he'd give someday, but it's more than enough. Because in his world, in this time, that sentence carries the weight of years, of effort, of fear he never named, of love he didn't know how to show, except in bread, carved spoons, and the soft click of a door latch repaired with your help. You spend your final evening home quietly, moving through rooms like a ghost of your former self. You pause by the fire. You run a hand along the worn table. You sit where you used to watch your mother hum as she worked, where your father sharpened tools in the glow of evening. And as you prepare to leave again, you press a note, just a few lines, into your mother's hand. She won't read it while you're there, but she will read it later. Maybe to herself. Maybe out loud to your father when she thinks you won't hear. And in it, you'll have written something simple. I saw it. I knew. Even when I didn't understand. Because now, you do. They didn't say it in poems. They didn't paint it in flourishes. But they loved you. Deeply. Doggedly. Constantly. They loved you in fever and in famine. They loved you in silence and small repairs. They loved you with all they had, which, most days, was just enough. And now, grown and grateful, you carry that love with you, wherever you go. The house is quiet now. The fire has burned down to soft orange coals, glowing like sleepy embers in the dark. You're lying back on a straw-stuffed mattress, a blanket tucked under your chin, the hum of the night settling around you like a lullaby in slow motion. You can still hear the soft creak of beams overhead, the gentle clink of pottery on the shelf, the faint rustle of wind weaving its way through the shutters. It's peaceful, not silent. Nothing in this world is truly silent, but steady, like the breath of someone sleeping beside you. You think of everything you've seen tonight, of children and cradles, of distant fathers and steady mothers, of loss that lingers and love that lingers even longer. You think of laughter, of spoons carved quietly, of names repeated like blessings. You think of care disguised as chores, of discipline woven with devotion, of the quiet, persistent rhythm of people who raised you with more than words. And you let those memories hold you now. Let the softness of the dark wrap around you. Let the breath slow. Let your muscles ease. Let the world shrink to a flicker of firelight and the sound of your own heartbeat, slow and steady and safe. Because tonight, you're not just falling asleep, you're going home.